the hereafter. Please forgive us for our wrongdoing. Ya Munazirul Barkat, grace to peace to our beloved country, Malaysia. Preserve us from any threat, any disaster, neither man-made nor natural disaster. And to you, Ya Allah, we seek for security and prosperity.
CHU actually is located at the central part of Taiwan, and it is just take around 1 hour's traveling. Excuse me, can you hear? Excuse me, can you hear?
Yes, Prof. We can hear you clearly.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so from the Taoyuan International Airport to our university, it only takes around 1 hour by the use of the high-speed rail. Inside our university, on campus, we have the artificial lake, as you can see here, and here we have the very traditional Japanese gate, main gate for our university. And other than that, we have a lot of scenery. When I see the photos from the opening ceremony, video from the opening ceremony, I see that the students and canoeing on the river. Actually, behind our university, we also have a very beautiful river, and then the students can canoe there and then fishing there as well. So here is the outline of my today's talk. It will divide into 4 sections. The first section I will talk about by the use of the bioimpedance, how to screen the oral cancer. Then I will talk about how to using the same techniques to detect the skin inflammation as well as the pressure sore. And finally, I'll talk about how I use the bioimpedance techniques to build up 2D bioimpedance imaging systems. As we all know that everything is made of matter, and all the matter have the impedance. The same for our tissue. So the impedance for our tissue, we name it as the bioimpedance. How we can measure the bioimpedance is very simple. By the use of by injecting a constant AC current into our tissue and then measure the potential difference across it. And by the use of the Ohm's law, we can calculate the impedance because we inject the known constant AC current and measure the potential difference. Of course, we can calculate the impedance. So the impedance, the bioimpedance application is very broad. For example, we can use this to measure our body composition. Excuse me. In the past, if we want to measure our body fat, we need to using this body fat meter. Sometimes it's a little bit embarrassing ladies to measure their body fat like this. So that is the reason why nowadays, because we have the impedance method, so we just simply inject an AC constant current at 0.1 milliampere at a frequency of 50 kHz. And after we measure the impedance, and by the use of the empirical formula, we can calculate it best the body fat composition, the body compositions of the human body. Other than the body fat measurement, we can also using it for the cellular biology. The application of the bioimpedance can be used as a culture counter. It can use to count the number of cells in a suspension, because every time when the cell pass through these membranes, the impedance will change. That is the reason why we can count the amount of cells in liquid solution. Of course, we can also use the bioimpedance techniques to on medical application. Here, you can see that this is an FDA-approved machines to measure whether we have the venous or the arterial occlusions. So when we inflate the clot, less and less blood will go into the leg. But because the leg have more and more blood after the inflation, because blood is conductor, so that if more blood is accumulated at the lower limb, then its impedance, of course, will drop down. Once the blood vessel is fully occluded, no more blood can go inside. Its impedance will become flattened, and after we try to release the pressure for the clot, the blood will return back to the system. And then, of course, less blood will be accumulated at the lower limb, and its impedance will increase. So you can see that the slope here, the slope for the inflow rate can be used for the arterioobligative detection, and the outflow rate can be used for the deep venous thrombosis, and this is used in clinic already. Other than that, the bioimpedance techniques can also be used on the impedance cardiologies to measure the stroke volume of our heart. So how we can achieve is simply inject a constant AC current across our chest and measure the voltage difference, and of course by calculations we can know the stroke volume. The reason why we need to know the stroke volume because we need to know the cardio output. So last but not the last, we can use the bioimpedance to screen the breast cancer. As we all know that the gold standard to screen the breast cancer is by the use of the mammography technique. But actually, there's an FDA approved device is the TS2000 is the use of the bioimpedance to screen the breast cancer. So right, the bioimpedance is very useful and can be used on the medical field. And of course, right now I need to talk about the equivalent circuit of the bioimpedance first. As we all know that the basic unit of our human body is the cell, and the cell consists of the cell membrane. In front of you is the cell membrane. It has the lipid bilayer and the protein channel. The protein channel actually can be represented by a resistor, and the lipid bilayers can be represented by a capacitor. So in order to represent a cell membrane, we can make a capillary combination of these two components together to represent the cell membrane. So for a single cell, it can be represented by this electronic circuit. To further simplify this electronic circuit, it will look like this one, because most of the time the membrane conductance is very, very low. So we can ignore the membrane conductance and further simplifies the cell into this simple equivalent circuit. So right now, after I introduce why our human body have the impedance, our cell can have the impedance. Right now, I talk about how we can apply our impedance techniques for the oral cancer. The reasons why I'm interested on this is because oral cancer is it's a serious problem because it is the 6th most frequently occurring cancer all over the world. And other than that, the tongue cancer actually is a more common intraoral malignancy. So in Taiwan, in the past 10 years, just the tongue cancer is already increased for 160%, and with 110 increase in its mortality. So in front of you, there's two pictures. If you see the top photo, you can see that definitely there's problems on the tongue. But if you see on the bottom photo, maybe you just think that maybe in the last few days, because I eat a lot of deep fried chicken or deep fried chips, that's why maybe I have that kind of problem. But actually, it is the starting of the cancer. So for a routine clinical practice, how we can know whether we're suffering from oral cancer? First of all, we need to know like this kind of things by visual inspection. Most of the time, maybe we don't think it is a cancer. That is the reason why most of the time when we know we are suffering from oral cancer, it is delayed already. So how we can use things that bioimpedance techniques to measure the bioimpedance of our tongue tissue is in our experiments, we try to use things the impedance analyzer and a specially designed report electrode. So as I mentioned before, a single cell can be represented by a equivalent circuit as shown here, and its mathematical equations is shown here. So if we try to inject current through this model, and this current is at very low frequency, as low as, let's say, 0 Hertz, then actually all the currents can only flow through the extracellular medium, but not the intracellular medium. In this study, we try to using low frequency as low as 20 Hertz. So at very high frequency, the current, the high frequency current not just flowing the extracellular mediums, but also the intracellular mediums. So in this study, we try to using 5 megahertz. So it means that by injecting low frequency current at 20 Hertz and high frequency AC current at 5 megahertz, we can calculate it that is extracellular resistance, intracellular resistance. Once we know these two resistance, of course, we can calculate a ratio which try to normalize it. Okay, so here is the result. We try to document the cancellous tongue tissue. We find that the extracellular resistance of the cancellous tongue tissue is significantly lower as compared to its surrounding normal tongue tissue. Why? So we have I would say schematic diagram here. Here is let's say here is our tissue. As we try to inject the AC current into our tongue tissue at low frequency current, most of the current will flow through the intracellular pathway. So because as we all know that during when the people have the when the people have the tongue cancer, the cancer tissue normally is loosely packed, not very tight packed, it's loosely packed. Sometimes even have the metastasis. So it means that the intracellular space is very raw. So that is the reason why it have a lesser resistance for the low frequency currents to pass through it. That is the reason why the cancerous tongue tissue have a lower resistance as compared to the surrounding normal tongue tissue. So how about for the intracellular resistance? For the intracellular resistance, because they are still the cell, so normally they have no big difference. That is the reason why in our finding there's no significant difference between cancellous tongue tissue and surrounding normal tongue tissue. Because as we all know that the tongue tissue definitely the extracellular resistance may be different from patient to patient. There is the reason, so that's why we try to normalize the data so that it can eliminate the subject to subject variation. Just like if a patient have the body weight of 80 kilogram, whether we can say the patient is fat or not, we can't. That is the reason why we generate the body mass index. If the body mass index over certain number, it means that the patient may be fat. So the same idea apply into this situation. We try to normalize the data by the use of this ratio, RE divided by RI, extracellular resistance divided by intracellular resistance in order to eliminate the patients to subject to subject variation. So the value, this ratio, we also find that the cancellous tongue tissue is significantly lower as compared to the surrounding normal tongue tissue. So it means that next time, if we measure the value and the value which is close to around 200, it means that there may be something wrong on that oral cancer tissue or the tongue tissue. If the number is around 330, so it means that the tongue tissues may be normal, or the oral tissue may be normal. Okay, so right now I will talk about how we try to apply the bioimpedance technique on screening the skin inflammation. So for the skin inflammation, as you can see from this diagram, definitely we know that it will have redness, sometimes even ischemia or skin tissue destruction. Normally, how we know that whether it is the skin is under inflammation or not is by the use of our net eye evaluation. This is very subjective. So the gold standard, of course, definitely is by the use of the skin biopsy, but it is an invasive method. So the patient may feel pain and then may leave some scar on the tissue. Particularly, it cannot give you the answer at the real time, and then you need to waiting for the report for a long time. This will give a lot of course, skin inflammation does not give so much pressure on the patient, but definitely needs to wait a long time. So in our study, we try to using the animal study to study whether the impedance technique can help us to document the skin is under inflammation or not. We try to use things the SD-RAD, and we try to use things the chemical to induce the rat skin so that this rat skin is under inflammation. At the back of the rat, we have two sites. One is the induced site, and one is the control site. For the control site, we did nothing here. Leave it as normal as control. And for the induced site, we use chemical to induce it so that it have information here. And we try to using 4 grow electrode configurations to measure the impedance on both sides with this kind of parameter. We try to measure from 3 kHz up to 1 MHz. So here is the result. After the whole study, no notable reduction in the rat activities. It means that they still moving around and they still feel happy, and then no illness, no weight loss. Okay, but we find that for the control side, there's no information, but for the inflammation side, we can see that from week 2 to week 8, there is different level of redness, even have some cracked skin at different level of the skin inflammation because of the chemical injection. So we try to use things the histopathological method to see whether it have inflammation on the induced site. Here is the control group. You can see that the skin is very intact, so nothing happened. It's normal. But for the control site, for the induced site, it means that we try for the inflammation site, we can find that there is some minimal ulceration, even some cell infiltration onto the cell. It's shown that the inflammation site actually is undergoing inflammation. So it means that the rat on the inflammation site is undergoing inflammation. So right now, we try to see what happens on its skin bioimpedance. We measure the bioimpedance on week 0, week 4, week 8 on both the inflammation site as well as the control site. We find that on week 0, no matter inflammation site or the control site, they are almost the same on its impedance. But after day by day, we can find that the inflammation site impedance is dropping, and we find that there is 2 characteristic frequency. One is at 4.5 kilohertz, and the other one is at 48.3 kilohertz. And because these 2 characteristic frequency, we try to normalize the data. Why you can find that during the inflammation, the impedance will drop. So we try to using this model to explain. As we all know that during inflammation, our skin will become redness, the temperature will rise, more blood will go there for repairment. So as the blood more blood go into the inflammatory site, blood is a conductor. So that is the reason why the impedance will drop, as well as because there is most of the time the inflammation site have some swelling. So that is the reason why the intracellular space will become wider as well. That is the reason why the intracellular resistance is lower. So you can see that here is at low frequency. Low frequency is mainly measure the intracellular resistance. That is the reason why the inflammation site have lower resistance as compared to the control site. Okay, so as I mentioned before, if we try to use things the absolute impedance to say whether the skin is under inflammation or not is very subjective, because definitely it is changing, varying patient by patient, animal from animal. So that is the reason why we try to normalize the data, because we find that there is 2 characteristic frequency. We try to measure the same site at 4.5 kHz and no depth impedance, and the same site at the other frequency for 48.3 kHz and no depth impedance. So we try to normalize it and get the ratio. We find that the red bar represents the control groups. You can see that throughout the whole experiment ratio is almost constant at around of 10. But for the blue bar, you can find that during the information, its ratio is dropping. On week A, we can find that there's significant difference. So it means that by the measure of the impedance at these two characteristic frequency and trying to find out the ratio, if the ratio is below to 10, that may be some information on that scheme already. So we also did some normal distribution test to see whether the data is normally distributed. So the findings show that the data is normally distributed, and we also try to using intra-rater reliability test to see whether which is reliable, and the ICC3 one is nearly to 1. It means that it is intra-rater reliable. Okay, so right now I will talk about how to use the impedance techniques to monitor the pressure shock. So as we all know that the pressure anomalies, the spinal cord injury patients have the pressure shock. So at the beginning, it may have the redness on the scene, but it become more severe. It will be look like this. So in our experiment, let's say if here is the pressure shock, we try to attach the electrode close to the pressure shock and the electrode away from the pressure shock. So there's two regions, the region close to the pressure shock and the region far away from the pressure shock on both the left-hand side and the right-hand side. So again, we try to use the same model, same mathematical model as well to see whether we can know there's significant difference on the data. So here is the data. We find that the red line, okay, the red line and the blue line, is the wound far away from the wound. Its resistance is significantly high as compared to the impedance close to the wound. So here is the characteristic frequency. We can use the frequency within this range to document it. So why the wound area have why the regions close to the wound have low impedance? This is because the tissue cell, the tissue have ischemia, and finally it will have the necrotic condition. So that is the reason why once it is necrotic, the intracellular space it become lower. It become wider, and the intracellular resistance become lower. Okay, so the data show that the impedance close to the wound have significantly lower extracellular resistance as compared to the regions far away from the wound. Okay, so here is the explanation, and there's no significant difference on the intracellular resistance, and we try to use the self-normalization techniques again to document. So you can see that this ratio extracellular resistance to intracellular resistance, as it's close to the wound, this ratio is significantly lower as compared to the ratio far away from the wound. Okay, right now I will talk about, this is the last session. Right now I will talk about how I developed a 2D bioimpedance imaging systems. Here is the architecture of my imaging system. We try to using the multi-process circuit together with our impedance measuring circuit, and then using the MCUs to processing the data and multi-city transfer to the computer where we have established our program. Okay, here is the whole system. Hardware and software is decided by written by the lab and stored inside. Okay, here is the probe we decide. We have 256 gold electrode, and then every 4 electrode will form 1 pixel. Okay, so 2 electrodes we inject the current, and 2 electrodes we try to measure the impedance, and then so it means that we have 8 times 8 pixel. So here is the software which we have written, because we have 8x8. We formed a 2D image, and we have the histogram, and then if we have the histogram here, if all the measurement within these two lines, it means that the data, the measured data is correct. But out of this two line, all the data means it is abnormal, and it also tells us the location as well. So it means that this software not just tell us whether this measurement is within normal range or not, it also tells you the location. So we try to know whether our system is accurate or not. We try to compare our system with the commercial device, the very precision impedance analyzer with less than 0.5% error. So it means that it's very accurate. And we also use things the BA ports to see whether it is correct. It is within true standard deviation. It means it is reliable. And we try to use some in vitro study to document whether it can quantify and localize. So here is the agar shell. Here is the agar shells with low resistance. Here is the agar shell with very high resistance here. Okay, so after we measure, we can document its location, and then it can document whether it is correct or not. We also use things the Praxel skin and the Praxel ton to do the same experiments, by the use of the very hot metal rod, and then make a scar onto the Praxel skin and the Praxel ton. You see, with no scar, the image is normal, but with the scar, you can see that the scar, we can identify the location here. So here is all the reference for my presentations, and then I need to say thank yous for the Ministry of Science and Technology at Taiwan, as well as to hospital, and then my collaborator as well as my students. So this is my last slide. I know that collaboration is everything. I hope that in the near future, I can have collaboration with all the scholars all over the world. Thank you so much, and that's all for my presentation. So is there any question?
Thank you, Professor Dr. Kongo Tak Ching Shing, for the very insightful presentation. Well, there is one question from Dhruba Jyoti Barman.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Kongo, for your valuable presentation. I have a question regarding oral cancer screening by bioimpedance measurement. Do you think this measurement will play a crucial role for preventing oral cancer in the near future, or how much feasible it might be in your opinion? Thank you.
Yeah, it is possible. It is possible because you see that this is a human study experiments. We measure the impedance directly from the people who are suffering from the cancer, from the tongue cancer. So all the patients have the tongue cancer at stage 2. So we find that the ratio, extracellular resistance to the intracellular resistance, and that ratio, if the ratio lower to the certain values, it means that there may be some problems on that patient. But of course, we can't say definitely the patient is suffering from the tongue cancer, but we can say that definitely there are some problems on that position. So it means that we can we can let the patients to know in advance, so that they can go to the hospital to have the advanced screening. Let's say to ask the oral doctors to see whether, let's say, to do some biopsy. Okay, so it is feasible.
All right, thank you, Professor Dr. Kongo. Any other question? All right, if there's no other questions, once again, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Kongo Tak Ching Shing for his presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second presenter is Dr. Rosnani Hasham from University Technology Malaysia. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rosnani Hasham to present her paper. Please welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chairman. Can you see my slide?
Yes, Doctor.
Yes,
Okay,
Doctor.
all right. Thank you very much for the organizer for inviting me. So today I would like to share our research and findings on related to the non-invasive diagnostic tools as an emerging skin disorder management strategy. So I'm from the Faculty of Chemical and Energy Engineering. So this is towards a world without skin biopsies. So the non-invasive procedure in skin treatment is a procedure that can be defined as treatment without incision into the skin and contact with a mucous membrane or internal body cavity other than through the natural or artificial body orifice. So this technique have great benefits and huge capabilities in determining the skin physiological and intercellular properties, especially for characterization of skin conditions. So when applied to the field of dermatology, biopsies collection required extra consideration. For example, the additional damage caused to the affected area, which has both health and aesthetic consequences. So the advantage of this non-invasive measurement is the less expensive, eliminate unnecessary costs, biopsy is comfortable, transportable, high sensitivity, fast image, and reduce the probability of the missing lesions. And then the skin itself is not altered by the post-collection processing such as fixation, sectioning, staining, and the real-time data collection is faster than the routine histology. So in the same location of the skin, can be repeatedly imaged over time to evaluate the dynamic changes such as tissue growth, wound healing, lesion progression, or response to the therapy. So these non-invasive diagnostic tools for the skin is keep growing. Is estimated 14% CAGR, compound annual growth, in 2023 to 2030. And then the AI-based medical imaging market is also expected to grow up to the 30% CAGR. So a little bit about the skin structure. So our skin structure is complex and multi-layered. So they have appendages such as hair follicles, sweat glands, sebaceous gland, and our skin cells is heterogeneous and have also extracellular components. So our skin variations is manifested primarily in terms of the skin thickness, composition, density of appendages, and in some cases, the biochemical differentiation. So as you can see here, we have the three distinctive layers. The first layer is the epidermis, and then this is the dermis and hypodermis. So this interaction among these layers is very important during the development and for maintenance of homeostasis in the skin. So the skin barrier formation, the skin barrier function is the first layer of our skin. We call it as stratum corneum. So this layer is very important. So in this epidermis layer, it will be differentiate from the basal layer up to the stratum corneum. And there are a lot of components that play an important role to develop a good or healthy stratum corneum or skin barrier. So this dermoscopy is the imaging-based dermatological diagnosis. As you can see here, this is our skin. We have the epidermis, and then this is the papillary layer, and then this is the reticular layer. So our skin layer of epidermis at the basal layer consists of the melanocytes that look like a wave. You can see that it looks like a wave. So it is reflects to the next measurement, okay? The dermoscopy of the observed lesion to the deep of the upper layer is the maximum depth that that can be observed with dermoscopy. So reflectance confocal microscopy is one of the device that relies on the reflectance backscattering of the light from structures with endogenous contrast such as melanin, hemoglobin, and some organelles. So you can see each layer of the skin through this reflectance confocal microscopy. So the reflectance occurs at the boundaries of two structures with different refractive indices such as membranes, keratohyaline granules, and melanosomes. So you can see the difference, the comparison difference between the device resolution and also the imaging depth. So in this reflectance, we can see that it can go up to 500 micrometer. So this is the cell structure under the reflectance confocal microscopy. As you can see here, the stratum corneum is a nucleated polygonal cells. They have no nucleus. And then the second layer is granular. So they have dark oval round nucleus surrounded by rim of bright white grainy cytoplasm. So you can see the granular cells inside this granular layer. And then the spinous layer, similar patterns to the granular layer, but smaller cells with less refractive cytoplasm. And then the basal layer consists of high refractive basal cells from bright rings. So this is reflects to the melanin composition in our basal layer cells. And then the dark, this is the papillary dermis, the dark round oval homogeneous areas with central vesicle loops surrounded with the corona or bright cells. And then this is the rings, the bright cells is the melanocyte cells. And then the reticular dermis consists of the bright periphery and dark center only can be observing in the thin skin area. So this consists of the collagen. For the young skin, they have the very dense collagen layer in the reticular dermis, but for the older skin, they have empty area of the collagen. So we measure the skin physiological analysis on 3 different ethnicities. So we measure the Malaysian, Korean, and Vietnamese skin. So from this data, you can see that the thickness of these 3 different ethnicities significantly different, especially on Malaysian compared to the Korean and Vietnamese. But Korean and Vietnamese have similar thickness, not significantly different. And then you can see bright ring cells that consist of a lot of melanocytes compared to the other ethnicities. And then the non-invasive assessment of the skin physiology condition also can be measured by the multi-probe adapter. In this case, we are using the cutometer MPA 580 from the Courage in Kazaka. So this is the instruments and their capabilities. For example, like we can measure the skin elasticity from cutometer. It reflects to the anti-aging products, and the thermometer and also the chronometer reflects on the moisturizers, and the mixameter can measure the erythema index and also melanin index that reflects to the skin color and also skin irritation. So the skin transepidermal water loss is one of the important measure that regularly in order to provide further information on the epidermal permeability barrier that I mentioned about the skin barrier function. So this TEWL can be measured by evaporimeter. In the MPA 580 under the Courage Kazaka, they are using the thermometer TM300s. At low TEWL values, a basic feature of in vivo intact skin function, but the elevated TEWL values indicate that skin barrier abnormalities, which are the major reason of the several diseases such as atopic dermatitis and ichthyosis vulgaris. You can see the range here. So, and then the skin hydration is also an important factors that originating from the individual, the age, sex, anatomic size, sweat, and skin surface temperature, which may influence the barrier-related parameters. For example, like our skin, our palm, and our foot will be different in terms of the skin hydration. That's why we formulate the skincare according to the skin hydration needed to the specific area of our skin. And then the hydration level of the skin surface can be accurately determined by using chronometer. in this NDA. By measuring the electrical capacity at the alternating voltage of the SC, stratum corneum. So the higher the water content in the epidermis, the higher its electrical capacity, resulting in higher value of the stratum corneum. So you can see here that very dry if your measurement is less than 30, sufficient moisturized when your measurement is more than 60. So, and then this is the skin melanin and erythema. We can use mixameter MX18. It's a device to measure the quantities of two major components responsible for skin color, namely melanin and hemoglobin. So hemoglobin is reflects to the erythema index or irritation index. So the measurement is based on the absorption and reflection of the active color detecting chip. So briefly, melanin is measured using two wavelengths that are chosen according to different absorption peaks of melanin pigments, while erythema measures are used to estimate the redness level of the hemoglobin in skin. So, and then we have the skin elasticity. This is a very good measurement for the aging. So, aging is causes qualitative and quantitative changes in skin, such as loss of elasticity, reduction in epidermal thickness and collagen content, and increased production of wrinkles, as well as pigment lesions. So skin elasticity is measured by suction, this one, the suction with respective probes according to the Nielsen vapor pressure gradient method with cutometer probes. So this cutometer is designed to measure the elasticity of the upper skin layer, using the negative pressure, which mechanically deforms the skin. So the suction is generated to produce negative pressure, which consequently draws the skin into the aperture of the probes. So you can measure the changes of the skin elasticity depending on the age. So, and then this one is the interesting part, the non-invasive assessment of the skin intercellular lipid profiling by using the tape stripping method. So this tape stripping method involves the subsequent removal of the stratum corneum using adhesive tapes, has emerged as an useful technique to study the physiology of the SC in recent years. So the tape stripping is placed onto the subject skin and slowly removed, and flecks that are stuck on the tape surface can be observed under the optical microscope. And we can also extract the cells from this tape stripping tape strip, and then we extract and also we analyze in terms of the chemical and also the components of the skins. So the method is simple, non-invasive, requires no chemical consumption, and allows the collection of different layers of the chronocyte separately. This is how we use the tape stripping to induce the disrupted structure of the skin. So after we, this is the compare of the normal structure of the skin is intact, is well intact, and then this is the disrupted structure where the skins are lost intact, and then it will open for the irritation and environmental insults to penetrate to our skin. So after we tape strips the skin, disordered lipid matrix of the skin where the TEWL will increase, and then the hydration will decrease, the erythema index that reflects to the inflammation will increase, and then the elasticity will decrease. And in terms of the components, skin components, the ceramide level, one of the intercellular lipids level of the skin will decrease. Okay. So this is our case study. We investigate the effects of Ficus deltoideae extracts on enhancement of the skin barrier function by regulation of skin cell hydration and epidermal protecting lipids. So this data is from our previous findings, where these extracts have very good potential as anti-inflammatory, anti-aging, promote collagen, and also wound healing, and inhibit hyperpigmentation. And then this extract we formulate into a cream. So firstly, we induce the barrier disruption via the tape stripping to create the skin surface that mimics the skin properties of atopic dermatitis. So, and then we investigate, we apply the cream, FD cream on top of the tape stripping layer. So after with the measurement of the TAWA meter, this the barrier recovery rate of the AWL shows very good in the FD cream. You can see here that after 14 days, the highest recovery rate of the FD cream more than 90% and nearly 100% compared to the base cream and also the control. So, and then the skin hydration also shows very good in terms of the increasing of the skin hydration, meaning that it's increased hydration and also increased skin barrier function. So, and then in terms of the melanin, this Ficus Delta cream also shows good in the presence of the reduce the melanin content in the skin cells. And then this is skin erythema. So after we do the tape stripping, the skin will irritate. The erythema index will increase. And then after we apply the FD cream, it shows that the erythema index reduce after 14 days, almost reduce back to the normal level. And then this is the skin elasticity. We can see here that the FD extract shows significantly increase the elasticity compared to the base cream and also control. And further, this is the results of the effect of Ficus Delta extracts on the epidermal lipids composition. So we compare the epidermal lipids after the tape stripping for the control, and after 14 days FD cream. You can see here, this is very good ceramide content, ceramide 3 content, meaning that it can boost up the ceramide 3 content in the intercellular level of the skin. And then this is the total solid acid lipid content that we measure using the HPLC. So from this data, you can see that the FD cream resulted in significantly highest ceramide content and also highest in the ceramide to cholesterol ratio, meaning that it reflects to the composition. It's a good composition that reflects to the good skin barrier function in terms of the intercellular lipids. So, okay. Okay. In conclusion, this product is potential on the formation of the effective moisture skin barrier in terms of moisturizing, anti-inflammatory, and also the skin barrier repair. Thank you very much. That's all from me. I hope you enjoyed with my presentation.
That is a very interesting finding and presentation from Dr. Rosnani Hasham. Now, I would like to open to the floor for any questions.
Or you can email me also. If you have any question, you can email me at r-rosnani@utm.my.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Yes, please continue with your question.
Okay.
Yes, it is clear.
Thank you. You mean that the standard error, right? Okay. Okay. As you mentioned, as you know that the human studies very meaning that it's very difficult to get the perfect data. Meaning that we will consider the higher standard error too, because as long as using the statistical tools, it can shows that significant data. So if you run the clinical trials, also very difficult to get a very perfect data in terms of the significant difference. So we consider the higher value of the significant value. It's reliable, sir. Yes, it's according to the OECD guideline. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Arfan Haider. Any more questions from the floor? If there's no other questions, I would like to thank you, Dr. Rusnani Hasham, for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Next, to continue with the program, I would now like to invite Dr. Muhammad Shahril Ramadan bin Muhammad Saufi to chair for the next session. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my presentation? Hello? Okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hasan Basri from University of Sriwijaya in South Sumatra, Indonesia. The title of my presentation is Tortuosity is a key factor in the development of porous scaffold. The outline presentation is introduction, cancellous bone in human skeletal, bone problem and solution, parameter design of bone scaffold, and then materials and methods, result and discussion, conclusion, and future study. We know that cancellous bone, as also known as trabecular bone, is a type of bone tissue that is found in the interior of bone. It is composed of a network of interconnected trabecula, which are thin rod-like structures. And the cancellous bone is less dense than cortical bone. This makes it more porous and weaker, but it also makes it more adaptable to changes in loading. And then, on the other hand, cancellous bone is important for storing minerals such as calcium and phosphorus. It also plays a role in blood cell production. In biomechanics, is the application of mechanical principles to living structures, either animals or human beings at rest and during movement. And is widely used in orthopedic industry to design orthopedic implants for human. Bone problem and solution. We know that bone problems bone loss is a common problem that can occur due to a variety of factors, including injury, disease, and aging. So here we have the cancerous bone. And then bone graft solutions. Bone grafts are used to replace lost bone and restore function. There are three main types of bone grafts. As we know that autografts, yeah. You see the general solution, autograft, and then allograft and xenograft. Each of them have advantages and disadvantages. As a, for instance, autograft, the advantages of the autograft is the most compatible with the patient's body, so they have the lowest risk of rejection. And then they are also the strongest type of bone graft, so they can provide the best support of healing. The advantages, autografts can be painful to harvest, and they can also cause a donor site morbidity, which is the risk of complication at the site where the bone was taken. And then the allograft, as we know that allografts are made from the bone of a cadaver, and then allografts are a good option of bone grafting when autografts are not available. The same as autograft, it has advantages and disadvantages. Allografts are a good option for patients who do not have enough autograft bone available. And then there's these advantages. Allografts are not as compatible with patient's body as autograft, so they have a higher risk of rejection. Then also, they can also be more expensive than autografts. And then the third one is xenograft. Xenografts are made from the bone of an animal, and then xenografts are not as common as autografts or allografts, but they can be used in some cases. The advantages of these xenografts are a good option for patients who do not have enough autograft or allograft. Of course, they are also less expensive than autograft and allograft. The disadvantages, xenografts have the highest risk of rejection of the three types of bone grafts. They can also cause allergic reaction in some patients. We continue what bone problem and solution. The design requirement for bone scaffolds, of course, we have to know the biocompatibility, mechanical properties, morphology, degradation rate, surface properties, osteoconductivity, osteoinductivity, biodegradability, size and shape, which they are our work in our department. And then the others, vascularization, and so on. And then thousands of orthopedic procedures are performed every day to replace or repair tissue damage by osteoporosis, bone tumors, injuries, or trauma. So osteoporosis, injury, and trauma to the bones can cause damage and degeneration of bone tissue in the human body, so that it requires treatment to facilitate tissue repair, including replacement or regeneration. In general, the treatment usually focuses on transplanting bone tissue one place to another in the same patient. Or we say that autograft, or from one person to another, allograft, or xenograft, from animal to human. And then from the above problems, an alternative solution is the development of tissue engineering. Of course, tissue engineering is developed with the aim of removing damaged tissue by combining bone tissue with a highly porous bone scaffold, which is implanted biometrically, whose pores are interconnected, that acts as a container for bone tissue generation, thus guiding the growth of new tissue and as a load bearing. And then the tissue engineering techniques have successfully sought to improve the ability of bone tissue engineering or regeneration through bone scaffolds. And then scaffold design as growth promoters for new tissue on bones and have a real potential as an alternative to bone grafting. The bone scaffold implantation procedure can be seen as in this slide. So first, of course, the doctor detects the presence of bone cancer or bone tumor. And then the second, surgery is performed to remove dead bone tissue due to the tumor. And then the third one, the bone scaffold is ready for implementation. And then the bone scaffold has been implanted in the patient. And then the parameter design of scaffold, when designing bone scaffold, size and shape, obviously for morphology is important factor to consider as it can influence various aspects of the scaffold's performance and its interaction with cells and tissue during the bone regeneration process and mechanical stability. The parameters of morphology is porosity, pore size, and then strut thickness, strut aspiration, and then shape, which is lattice-based structure, triply periodic minimal surface, after we said TPMS, and then Voronoi. And then the tortuosity, not fully investigated. This is what our working now. The parameter design of scaffold, which is published by Bin Mazalan et al., the author found that cells were significantly elongated at the sidewall boundary compared to ones in the middle area of the straight and tortuous microchannel devices, which is in figure A and B. Interestingly, it observed the cells at leading edge forming a concave curvature by arranging the actin bundles in an orientation perpendicular to the free cell edge in the tortuous microchannels. This is in figure C. And then materials and methods. Initial fluid channel geometry, like in this presentation, with the dimensional parametric study model, the parameter R, constant C, Y, Z, and T, and phi. And then the value of NSPR 1 and 2. This is the negative Schwartz primitive scaffold model with radius proportional 0.4 millimeters. And then when we mix the Boolean difference under the NSP unit cell with T and 2.1 millimeter with the P 25%, 45%, 50%, and 60% until 65%. And then the NSP 60R, 60R1, 60R2, then another model, cubic pillar octahedron, scones gyroid cancerous bone, which P 60%. how to determine the tortuosity? We use the tau factor. It's a MATLAB application for simply and efficiently calculating the reduction in diffusive transport caused by convolution in the geometry of heterogeneous media based on microstructural image data. This effect is captured in a term called the tortuosity factor, which is defined with this formula, df equal to d and then ratio of epsilon and tau, which is epsilon is the volume fraction, d is the intrinsic diffusivity of the conductive phase, and then d is the EFF is the effective diffusivity. And then we continue for the determine tortuosity, the simulation workflow from E to C. It is in illustration of the workflow from tomography derived grayscale data through to a segmented two-phase volume, and finally the result of a diffusion simulation performed using tau factor, highlighting regions of high flux density in red. And then we use the experimental permeability like this, the unit, and then this is the specimens of the experimental of the scaffold. So we use the simulation setup atau study. The boundary condition we use, like in this presentation, the convergent mesh, we have like this figure between pressure drop and number of fluid cell. So it means that almost here, the difference is small. And then we use the Darcy's law, means that K is ratio of flow rate, viscosity, specimen length, and the closed cross-sectional area, and then pressure drop atau pressure gradient. So from this simulation setup, we have the number of elements from 2 times to 6 or 2 millions to 8 millions mesh. And then the results for the morphology analysis, porosity versus the TB-TH and TB-SP, as we see here, as an increase of porosity, the TB-TH and for in millimeter, so it means that increases and then this is decreases for the TB-SP. And then the BSTV between porosity, we have for the model NSPR 1 and 2 cubic till the cancellous bone look like drop small, ya. Jadi with the increase of porosity. And then the morphology analysis continue for the between porosity and tortuosity. So we have here the decrease of tortuosity with the increase of porosity. And then the BSTV versus tortuosity, we have the graph, yeah, like this figure. So it means that it increase or maximum variety, for each of the model. And then the permeability versus porosity, we have here as the porosity increases, the permeability also increase. See here? And then the permeability with tortuosity, so the value of permeability decreases with tortuosity as it increases. And then we see the tortuosity of different structures with the same porosity of 60% from cancellous XYZ and then NSPR, NS2, NSPR1, 2, and else. So we have the highest cancers for Z is the highest one for the value of tortuosity. And then the permeability of different structures with the same porosity of 60%, as we see here, the model cubic is the highest one. Okay.
Aims to bring together professionals, research.
Okay, sorry. We see here the permeability values of cancellous bond were discovered in the literature and evaluated in the study. So, as we see here, for the model NSPR for present study, NSPR1, NSPR2, and then cancellous bond present study, and then the other study like Hui et al. And then Newman et al. And then the model PO, gyroid, and else. There is a variety of permeability for each of the model. So we see here the relationship between wall shear stress to porosity. We calculate the wall shear stress as well. As we see here, with the porosity increases, the wall shear stress decreases. And then vice versa, for shear stress with tortuosity, this increases. So this is the visualizations of the simulation study. As we see here, the velocity streamlines, velocity contour, and pressure of porous structures with 60% of porosity. So we could make conclusions in this study. We see that in this study, we investigated the effect of the pore size and radius of curvature on the porosity and permeability of tissue engineering scaffolds. We found that increasing the pore size and radius of curvature resulted in increased porosity and permeability. So the porosity and permeability increases. This because larger pores and a larger radius of a curvature provide more space for fluid flow. And then next, we also found that the tortuosity of the scaffold, which is a measure of the complexity of the pore network, is important for cell migration and tissue engineering. A higher tortuosity provides more resistance to fluid flow, which can help to promote cell adhesion and differentiation. And also we found that the tortuosity of the NSP model range from 1.31 to 2.4, and the corresponding permeability range from 2 times 10 to minus 11 to 4 to 10 to minus 10 millimeters, these values are comparable to the permeability of cancellous bone, means almost the same as cancellous bone. Based on our findings, we suggest that the tortuosity of the NSP model should be considered when designing new scaffolds for bone tissue engineering. This will help to ensure that the scaffolds are able to support cell migration and tissue regeneration. And then for the future study, of course, this study should be continued in vitro and in vivo studies. In vitro studies can be used to assess the biocompatibility and bioactivity of tortuous scaffolds. In vivo studies can be used to assess the ability of tortuous scaffolds to promote bone regeneration in animal models. And then the mechanical behavior of scaffolds. The mechanical behavior of scaffold is important for their long-term performance in vivo. So the modulus, the stiffness, and fatigue of scaffolds should be characterized to ensure that they are suitable for the intended application. The third one, tortuosity to TPMS scaffolds. The tortuosity of TPMS scaffold is a key factor that their ability to promote bone regeneration. So the tortuosity should be characterized to ensure that it is within the optimal range. I think that's all my presentations. Enjoy my presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah. A, where the in which slide? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. Oh, so I see about this one. Okay. Okay. This one, you mean? Hello? Yes. Okay. And then the question is, uh-huh. Yeah. Uh, as I explained before, the autograft, allograft, and xenograft, it depends on the situation because they have advantages and disadvantages. These three general solution, of course, can be used to the patient, but depends on the situation of the patient. Okay. So, for instance, if the autographs, for instance, compatible with patient's body, so they have the lowest risk of rejection, for instance. Of course, for the allograft and xenograft, it's not used if it is fixed to the autograft. And then for the allograft as well, so we can fix which one is the best for the general solutions of the problem and the solutions of the bone. I think it depends on the situation of the patient. As presented in the slide, there is disadvantages of autograft, of allograft, and xenograft. That's my answer. Thank you very much. Yes. The mechanical properties, as we discussed before, we usually, basically, we have to know the compressive stress, and then the what you call it elasticity, and then we have to know the until the fatigues, for the fatigues of the scaffold. So I think it's very, very important to know the mechanical properties of the bone scaffold, that we design. That is very, very important. That's the parameter for the mechanical properties for the bone scaffold. I think that's the answer. Yes, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you so much. Can you hear my voice clearly? Okay, thank you. So I can start with sharing my slide, right? Just a minute. Can you see my slide? Okay. So, very good morning, everybody. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So first, I would like to deliver my appreciation to the Committee of International Symposium of Medical Devices and Technology 2023, which is University of Technology Malaysia. And I would like to deliver my special thanks to Professor Ardiansyah Syahrom, also Dr. Nur Hasrul Akmal, who give me a chance to talk in this important scientific event. So actually, I'm aware of undeniable link between medical and technology since I was working with children with autism spectrum disorders. I will start with this. So when Professor Hasan Basri talked mostly about the technique, but I'm not talking about that much, so I would show you what is going on in our lab. Actually, our lab is called the Undip Biomechanic Engineering and Research Center. We are working with, it's not so many students, but it's quite many now. So we start working together in 2018 or 2019. So first, we have the same, what we call it, intention to do more for, actually at this time, it's more children with autism spectrum disorder. So I will start with this slide. So you hug more, it can do wonders for your brain. So this hugging is very important. Why? Because in our field, in medical field, the stimulating the parasympathetic system, in which is very good for the feeling or happiness or something, yeah, that we really releasing our stress. So why? Because it releases a happy hormone. It can be oxytocin, serotonin, and also dopamine. And this why it's diminishing stress and anxiety. So we can see here from all of the creature, including humans, frogs, and also chimpanzee, when they hug with others, so they look so happy. So actually, I start with my study. Actually, I'm working with the genetic and intellectual disability since 2004, 2005. So, but specifically, I'm working with Fragile X syndrome. So children with Fragile X syndrome have almost 90% have behavioral like autism spectrum. When we look further, and then we only found 30% with autistic disorders is very peculiar, and also 30% with autism spectrum disorder. So for me, it's very important to work with them, to give them something that make them calm. And the first time a study done in United States, and then we use the sertraline or pharmacological agent to calm them down, especially in a younger child, 12 to 50 months. So they have very severe autistic behavior actually for the Fragile X syndrome, especially in male. And then we use pharmacologic agent, it's called sertraline, to calm them down and then to make them space to learn actually. So, and then we saw there is the improve of the expressive and receptive language among them. So because it's very important to give them a space to develop the language, because that's the way they communicate to others, especially with parents, with peers. So the language is very, very important. But actually, many studies have been done to address autistic behavior, and then they use more pharmacologic agent compared to others. But some center, they do like what we call it, occupational therapy, yeah, or something similar. And then they found there is improvement among them. So the problem in Indonesia, if we use the pharmacological agent, so there are some problems such as the affordability, compliance, side effect, and also the last thing is very important is the parent dependency issue. So they always avoid to use the pharmacological agent, even though the physician asks them to use it, because they very afraid of pharmacological dependency issue. So, but we have to help them to address the outburst behavior, especially when they go to the new situation. So the autism spectrum disorder, I would show you what is this, yeah. According to the DSM-4, is a development disorder that affect communication and behavior. So the lack of communication, lacking of interaction with others people, and then they have a peculiar behavior like restricted interest, repetitive pattern behavior, and also the last one is very big problem. 90% of them have sensory integration problem. So worldwide, the autism prevalence is increasing, and in Indonesia in 2018 they counted 2.4 million children have autism spectrum disorder. So this is very huge population. So etiology up until now is still unclear. They suspect the genetic, environment, maternal autoimmunity, but the fact that there is a neurochemical imbalances. So why they have such peculiar behavior is because there is an increasing level of excitatory neuron combined with decreasing level of inhibitory neuron. So that's why children with autism is very, very sensitive to sensory input like noises and new situation, crowdiness or something like this. Then there is a very nice paper in 2014. They show us how the touch and the deep pressure will go through the, what we call it, the brain. So actually they go through two pathways. The first pathway is spinothalamic tract, and the second pathway is dorsal column tract. So spinothalamic tract is more a low threshold mechanoreceptor that will associated with emotional touch. So they only have the receptor in the hairy skin, but another pathway, so there is the epi low threshold mechanoreceptor that they can discriminate touch. So the receptor is mostly in the muscle, and then they will go through the ascending pathway. And then the important one is there is a thalamic nuclei. So in the thalamic nuclei, there are many nuclei. So nuclei has, every nuclei has a different function. Yeah, but for the affective process, and then we'll go to the insula. The insula is very important cortex. It's composed from the prefrontal cortex, temporal cortex, and also parietal cortex. But it's very important to control autonomic system. And then the other from dorsal column, and then there will go to the, what you call it, post central kiri. So for the primary and then secondary somatosensory neuron. And then they will communicate each other, and then they will go to the cortex. Actually, the cortex will go to the affective social, is in the orbital frontal cortex and prefrontal cortex, and also this pathway. So this is the way they communicate from the skin to the calming effect or to the happy feeling or something like this, because in this area, and then they will do the release the oxytocin, release the dopamine, or also release the serotonin level. So first we develop tools. It's called squeeze machine. So inspired by Mr. Grandin, I think, and then inspiring from the dental chair. And then we first try to develop, it's called squeeze machine. And finally we name it as a hug machine. And then we, next. And then we know that actually if someone very distressed or very stressed, yeah, and then the heart rate is very high, the blood pressure is become higher, and the respiratory rate is little bit increasing, and also adrenaline, cortisol level in the blood will be increased. Yeah? It's called sympathetic activation. And when there is a hug, and then the muscle and then the skin, what we call it, accept the impulse from the skin and also from the muscle, and then they will go up to the brain, and they will decrease sympathetic activation and increase parasympathetic activation. That's a good thing. So then we try to make develop our tools, and then because the first tool is very hard, very unhandy, the dimension is very big, and then we try to make it more simple. So this was done in 2013. And finally, when we do the study in autism spectrum disorder children, and then we know that we actually have two technique here. The one is inflatable wrap, and then the second one is manual pull. And the idea is why we have two model is because we thought that the inflatable wrap should work better. So, and then we try to do with autism spectrum disorder children from special school. And we have two groups. Yeah, the first group is the inflating wrap, and then the second group is manual pull. Yeah? And then the result is promising for us. So because the autism hug machine portable seat inflatable wrap is an effective method to reduce biological stress compared to manual pull. Why is it so? It's because the inflatable wrap increase the surface of pressure and provide pressure in all directions of the body. So that's why they give the result better compared to manual pull. And then we move forward, and then we do it in the public transportation setting. And then the results is also similar. In the conclusion, the deep pressure of the inflating wrap decreases physiological arousal in children with autism spectrum disorder. But this is we use two physiological outcomes. The first outcome is we use heart rate variability. We can see here in the blue line. In the blue line is the group 1, which is inflatable wrap, and then in the dash red is the group 2, and then you can see here. So the difference, the significant difference we found in inflatable wrap. And then the second outcomes, we use galvanic skin response, where the galvanic skin response can pick up the variability or the, what we call it, the activation of the parasympathetic responses. So we can capture here, and then it saw that a group using the inflatable wrap has the difference between pre and post therapy. And the dimension is still what we call developing. Yeah, the dimension, the wiring technique, the user-friendly one or something like this. Also, we now move to what we call it, create the most handy, easy to carry or something like this. And then we now using FAST instead of the big one, and then it used to be wired. No, so we use wireless, and then we use the storage database, and we finally adding vibrotactile stimulation. Why? Because in the first time we thought that only deep pressure will increase the calming effect, but actually the vibrotactile stimulations also will add more calming effect. So we add the electroencephalograph outcome measure now, but it's still developing. So finally, we use for us it's very easy because this one is fast. Yeah? So it's called inflatable fast because the manual pull is not working well. So we now are developing the inflatable fast technique using the fast. Okay. And then we do the what we call it preliminary study also with the new model in children. It's not in the in adulthood. So if everything are set, and then we will go to the autism spectrum disorder population, and we also use the devices. Yeah, so it's much more easier, and then the storage will be stored in the appropriate place. Yeah, it's much more accuracy. So this is we add the vibrotactile simulation. Yeah, it's not only the deep pressure, but we also add the vibrotactile simulation. So that's all we have. Actually, in our center, we also working with Professor Ardian Shahrom, and also we work with Professor Hasan Basri too, but for other study. So I would like to acknowledge my colleague, Professor Jamari, and then all of our students, and also all of the alumni, and also grants from Diponegoro University, and also Minister of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology. Thank you very much. Can you repeat me, please? Does it mean irritability, right? Yes. Do you mean is there any? It's like is there autism spectrum disorder is inherited from the parent? Yes. Yeah, but actually there are two causes. Yeah, if we talk about autism spectrum disorder from the genetic perspective. Yeah. So the first cause is the single gene disorders, and then the second is non-single gene disorder. I mean, like there is two causes if we talk about genetic perspective. When we talk about the single gene disorders, like I told you that I'm working with Fragile X syndrome children. So Fragile X syndrome children is inherited from the parent, but actually the parent doesn't have any phenotype of autism spectrum or Fragile X syndrome. So actually, from the Fragile X syndrome, there is no inherited from the parent. Also from others a single gene disorder who cause autism, like tuberous sclerosis or something like this. So actually, if we ask whether autism spectrum disorder is inherited from the parent, so I cannot answer precisely because from my perspective, the autism is not inherited from the parent. But we know that like autoimmune maternal may cause or increase the risk of children having the autism spectrum disorder. So this is more multifactorial disease instead of single gene disorders. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the voice is not really clear for me, but I think the question is. Yes, I'm agree, I think. I'm agree with you. Actually, human hug is much more better compared to hug machine, I believe. Yeah. But sometimes when we cannot, I mean, like the hug machine, we can measure how many pressure we can put in this child and not in another child, something like this. So we thought that sometimes children with autism spectrum also avoid the touch, yeah, avoid hugging. But because why? It's not because of the hug itself, but it's because of the person who hugged them try to make a connection through the eye. So it's very hard for the autism spectrum children. So, but the face doesn't give any connection with the eye. They do not what we call it ask to the communication or something like this. So I believe that the hug machine is still be possible to use for the autism spectrum, but the human hug is very important. I do believe, and I agree with you. Thank you so much. I think there is a question in the chat room, I think. Yes, I think so. Because actually we not only working with children with autism spectrum disorder, we also do the study with the undergraduate student who are dealing with the exam. So, and then we measure the anxiety level, and then after that, and then we use the hug machine, and then it's work, I think. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to present one of our research. Let me try to share the, wait a minute. Okay, I'm sorry. It takes too long. Yeah, this is my university, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and the UGM in number at February 2030, there are 18 faculty in Universitas Gadjah Mada, 2 school, and 287 study program. I only one of the faculty staff or the lecturer and also a researcher in Universitas Gadjah Mada. For the first time, for my presentation, I would like to share Universitas Gadjah Mada product related to the medical devices. We have Center for Innovation of Medical Equipment and Devices, and we already have a research in hip joint prosthesis and knee joint prosthesis, and also the lower limb prosthetic, bone plate, and also the personal device during the COVID for the medical staff. And we also have a study using finite element analysis, and some of my colleagues in one team produce the ventilator because the need during the COVID-19, and also there is a research in stent from since 2013 until now. We still have doing this this research, and this is the that we did for the stent. We call it INA stent, stent from Indonesian. And also this also bone graft, nasopharyngeal cancer test, hemostatic response. This is the semilunar flushing valve. And this is the some of example that our produce during the COVID-19. Yeah. And then now I would like to present my research one of my research with our colleague. Oh, this is me, Rini Dharmasiti, and I work in mechanical and industrial engineering faculty, and also Magister Biomedical Engineering, Graduate School of Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also in the Center for Innovation of Medical Equipment and Devices. I would like to give a presentation about the wear behavior of ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene against surface modified CP titanium by thermal oxidation. This research is together with my colleague Benedictus Tulong Prayoga and Suyitno. If we talk about the knee joint prosthesis, the first time we have to design with a custom-made prosthesis using the morphology that is suitable for Indonesian population. And then from this morphology, we design the knee joint prosthesis, and then we manufacture this. This is the product. There are two materials which are metal and ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene. We already know that ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene has been widely used as a bearing material in total joint replacement in hip or the knee implant, because we already know that it has high wear resistant, low friction, and biocompatible. And for the metallic biomaterial in knee joint prosthesis, there are some biomaterials like titanium, stainless steel, cobalt, chrome alloy. Yeah, this is there are the majority of the joint implant made by this material. Titanium and titanium alloy are intensive study for use in medicine, especially in dental and orthopedic, because the powerful of the characteristic, such as higher mechanical property, lightweight, low modulus, corrosion resistant, not toxic, non-magnetic, and also higher biocompatibility than stainless steel or cobalt chrome alloy. The problem in the knee joint prosthesis is the wear debris of ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, because this can make a failure of the total joint replacement. Yeah. If we choose the titanium or titanium alloy, we need to improve the tribological property of titanium by surface modification. Several studies have been conducted, and we know that the surface modification can be made by anodic oxidation, DLC coating, SMAT, and thermal oxidation to improve the wear behavior. To solve the problem, somebody who use knee joint prosthesis. Thermal oxidation is very straightforward and inexpensive method. Therefore, this treatment is very promising for improving of the wear behavior of the titanium, which would be used as the load-bearing implant, such as in knee joint prosthesis. Yeah. According to previous studies, the two primary parameters to obtain optimum titanium dioxide layer, temperature and duration of thermal oxidation treatment. Yeah. some study already have investigated, and from this study, our study, we choose the temperature 700 degrees Celsius for several duration in order to reduce the wear of ultra high molecular weight polyethylene and the CP titanium counterparts. Yeah. And this also the another study also has investigated the wear properties of ultra high molecular weight polyethylene sliding against modified titanium alloy. Yeah. It mentioned that thermal oxidation can reduce the wear of the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. Yeah, but using the test pin on this tribometer. For this study, the aim of this study was to investigate whether the effect of duration of the thermal oxidation on the surface treatment of the CP titanium at 700 degrees Celsius was able to reduce the wear of ultra high molecular weight polyethylene testing using the reciprocating pin on plate tribometer. Why using pin on plate tribometer? Because it will use in knee joint prosthesis. Yeah. This is the material. The CP titanium cast was used in this study, and this is the dimension for the specimen. And then the specimen were annealed at 900 degrees Celsius for 2 hours in an argon environment and cool in the furnace to obtain the uniform initial microstructure condition. And then we have the specimen were ground with abrasive paper and finished with diamond paste to obtain average surface roughness. And the surface roughness average is about 0.1 micrometer. Yeah. The specimen and then the were ultrasonically cleaned in distilled water for 15 minutes and degreased with alcohol before treatment. And then in this study, all the thermal oxidation process, as I mentioned before, were performed at 700 degrees Celsius. Yeah. The oxidation process was performed in a chamber furnace in an air atmosphere, and then the specimen were heated in the room temperature at 700 degrees Celsius with the RAM rate was the default of the furnace setting. The holding time was at 12 and 36 hours. Yeah. After the holding time has been reached, the specimens were cooled naturally in the furnace. Yeah. And the specimen were with prior and after oxidation with microbalance. Yeah. Surface characterization. The specimen surface roughness was measured using contact stylus profilometer, and we measure in 19 different locations. And then our sample were cleaned using alcohol, rinse in the distilled water, and dry prior to the observation and measurement. The surface morphology of the oxide layer formed in surface CP titanium was examined using a SAM, and the examination was conducted on the untreated 12 and 36-hour treated sample. Yeah. X-ray diffraction was undertaken using monochromatic X-ray radiation from a copper tube with a wavelength as mentioned in this slide. Yeah. And then another surface characterization that we did is the surface wettability was taken from the measurement of the drop static contact angle between the bovine serum solution and the sample surface at the room temperature. Yeah. The bovine solution droplet was deposited 5 times at 3 different locations on the surface of each sample. Yeah. And then the droplet of the bovine solution image was obtained using a USB digital microscope attached in the water drop equipment. Yeah. And from this, the droplet contact angle were analyzed. Unidirectional reciprocating wear test. The wear test was performed for untreated and oxidized CP titanium specimen with the ultra-high molecule weight polyethylene in the 6th station unidirectional reciprocating pin-on-plate tribometer. Yeah. The flat-ended ultra-high molecule weight polyethylene pins having the dimension with the diameter 9 millimeter and the length 15 millimeter. Prior to the wear testing, all the ultra-high molecule weight polyethylene pin specimen were allowed to soak in distilled water for 2 weeks to prevent the moisture uptake during the wear test. Yeah. This is the property of the the density of the ultra high molecule weight polyethylene, 0.97 gram per centimeter cubic. The ultra high molecule weight polyethylene pen, and then we install at the upper of the plate sample moving unidirectional reciprocating. We apply the normal load on the pen is 180 Newton, which was provided with lever mechanism, and it's mean that it corresponded to 2.8 megapascal of nominal contact stress. This is the frequency of the reciprocating motion. We set 1 hertz with the sliding distance was set to 25 millimeter, and the sliding velocity is 50 millimeter per second. The wear tests were done at the room temperature. The lubricant were used in this study was a solution of 25% bovine serum and 25% of distilled water. The same with the other researcher for the knee joint prosthesis material. Yeah. To prevent the lubricant from the bacterial growth, the sodium oxide were added. Yeah. The wear tests were run with a total sliding distance about 25 kilometers, and every 12.5 kilometer, we stop the tribo test machine, and the wear was measured by the weight loss. Yeah. This is the equation to calculate the average wear factor. The wear factor is wear volume divided by load and sliding distance. Yeah. This is the result. This is a microstructure of CP titanium case after a nail at 900 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. And figure 2 This one is the XRD pattern of untreated and thermal oxidation during 12 and 36 hours. That picture shows that the fractogram obtained for CP titanium sample untreated and treated 700 degrees Celsius for 12 and 30 hours. There is a peak at diffraction angle, like you can see in this slide. Yeah. This the surface of the sample of the CP titanium that was treated at the temperature 700 Celsius revealed that existence of a uniform oxide layer which cover the entire of the sample surface. Yeah, this is the picture of the same image of the surface sample. A is for the untreated specimen, and B treated at 7. B is treated at 700 Celsius for 12 hours, and then C is for 36 hours. Yeah. After 12 hours of the oxidation, the oxide layer covered throughout the surface. Yeah, the grain of oxide form were noticeably larger after being treated at 700 degrees Celsius for 30 hours than 12 hours. Yeah. Okay, and then the result of the study using the increasing time of the treatment, the oxide particle would grow to be larger. This is similar to the study of the growth of the oxide layer that found in another researcher. Yeah. This is the result about the surface micro hardness of untreated and treated CP titanium. Yeah. It can be seen that the hardness enhanced by increasing duration of the treatment. Yeah. The surface roughness also increased by the increase of the duration of the thermal oxidation treatment. Yeah. If we compare with the untreated sample, the surface roughness of the treated sample increased significantly about 2 times. Yeah. Before the thermal oxidation 0.1 micrometer, and then increase 0.26 micrometer and 0.3 micrometer. Yeah. This is the wettability of the untreated and treated CP titanium. If we see this picture, we can see that the contact angle of treated sample for 12 and 36 hours were lower than that the untreated sample. The decrease is about 12 until 20 degree. Yeah. The lower static angle means that wettability of the surface improve, and we know that the good wettability or low contact angle means the lubricant cover the sample surface easily, and it potentially reduce the friction and wear. Yeah, the film of lubricant can cover the surface, will prevent the surface from rubber each other. The wettability of the surface of the material can also indirectly related to the osseointegration between the implant and the tissue surrounding. Yeah, this is the volume loss of the material. The wear of ultra high molecular weight polyethylene sample was significantly reduced by treated thermal oxidation of the CP titanium counterface irrespectively with the duration of the treatment. So we can see that by the increasing the sliding distance, the volume loss also increasing. If we calculate the wear factor, the CP titanium sample treated for 12 hours show the fewest wear of the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene compared with 36 hours treated and untreated. Yeah. In conclusion, the titanium dioxide layer was formed on the surface of the CP titanium after the thermal oxidation treatment at 700 degrees Celsius in the air atmosphere. And the second surface micro hardness of the treated CP titanium for 36 hours was 8.3 gigapascal. That was 3 times higher than that of the untreated CP titanium. The thermal oxidation treatment of the CP titanium could reduce the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene average wear factor with the reduction of 71.6% and 52.9% for 12 and 36 hours. The tribute test revealed that the thermal oxidized CP titanium decreased the wear of the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, which indicate that thermal oxidation treatment of the CP titanium could be a potential candidate of the surface treatment for artificial joint. In this study is especially because we use the unidirectional reciprocating pin on plate triple testing. It means it can be used for the knee joint prosthesis. Yeah. Another study is we try to produce the knee joint prosthesis, especially for the especially the made from titanium. This is the microstructural characteristic defect and hardness the titanium femoral knee joint produced using vertical centrifugal investment casing. But this one is another research separate from this. I think it's all that I can give for the first time to join this symposium, and thank you for listening. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This it should be the surface roughness of the the surface of the material should be increased. But we know that using the thermal oxidation for this one is to make the increasing of the surface roughness. This is the problem for us that we have to solve, especially if we already make the product, the real knee joint processes, and then we have a treatment, the thermal oxidation, like this reset, it can be increased. But we can make the the surface roughness decrease by another method. Yeah, but the most important our concern in this sharing, that we can use the CP titanium to but need to improve by using the surface engineering. Yeah. Is it clear, my answer? Okay. At the moment, we because the hip joint maybe the maybe simulate, it's mean the using a hip joint simulator, is that right? Because the the price of the real hip joint simulator is very, very expensive for us, and then we try to make it by ourselves, and then we after finish it, we want to do the test, the real product for the knee joint processes and the hip joint processes using by hip joint simulator. Yeah, but it's still in the beginning. We make it by ourselves. Yeah. Uh, oh, that we the first time before we do this research, we have to do the literature review, and then we find the temperature that can we find the what is the optimal temperature that can be used in our research, because we can find in another paper. Yeah. For why we choose the 700 degrees Celsius, maybe for the energy, and then the what is the our furnace and the tools in our lab is can afford. Yeah, we can do this in our laboratory. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I try to understand the question. Because the hip joint and the knee joint, if we want to test the hip joint if we want to if we want to test the material that can be used in knee joint processes or hip joint processes, we have to use the different tribal testing. but the different what is the different tools, different tribal test machine, but the what is the procedure to prepare the specimen and then to calculate the wear factor to quantify the what is the surface roughness uh, uh, before and after the test is similar. Yes, the same. And also the using the bovine serum. We need to use the different different tools or machine because the what is the movement or the kinematics or dynamic the knee joint and hip joint is different. Yeah.
Mr. Sarin, Mr. Sarin, hello. Just one question. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, please,
Yes, Prof.
Professor.
Yes, Prof. I would like to know you or your group in UGM.
Yeah.
You mentioned about the simulation using final element, right?
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
I just want to know, do you and your group simulate the hip joints with this lubrication inside?
In the finite element analysis.
Yes.
I don't think so. But let me check. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I have another another research group with this the simulation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
will let you know
Yeah.
and contact you
Okay.
soon
Okay. Bye.
to yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. 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 Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, Waalaikumsalam. I can hear. Thank you very much. Let's me to share screens. Is it okay? Now it's coming? Okay. Thank you very much for opportunity to present in this symposium, and would like to express gratitude for local committee in this symposium. Okay, today I would like to present about the progress on developing local content ventilator in Indonesia, and we have learn in Universitas Indonesia. I am Basari. I'm affiliated with the Biomedical Engineering Universitas Indonesia and also with the Research Center for Biomedical Engineering Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia. Okay, next, would like to share about our contents today that would like to introduce for some background of this research, and we also introduce for previous works that have been done in the last 2-3 years ago and up to now, and also how to improve the research results with some new method and how to implement this and the results, and we discuss of some of those results, current result, and we conclude with some concluding remarks and what's the next future of the improvement. Okay, first I'd like to introduce for our background. Actually, we know because the ventilator is the respiratory tools. This we know that respiratory system or respiration is a process of exchanging oxygen, O2, needed by the body for cell metabolism with the carbon dioxide as the output form of metabolism. And in this system, organs involved included nose, pharynx, larynx, trachea, bronchi, and lungs. But then human beings, some has respiratory failure because of some inability of respiratory system to maintain oxygen delivery in the blood with or without a build-up of carbon dioxide. Some of the causal factors of this respiratory failure included for example, abnormality in the lungs or in the heart, and also respiratory muscles. This is because of virus, and bacterial pneumonia. So to support of the failure of the respiratory, we have a ventilator. This is medical devices. One of the medical devices that helps and supports for breathing of someone who is experiencing for respiratory failure. And this ventilator operates by regulate the process of inhaling, how to inhale and how to exhale to the patient by controlling in control by machine. Actually, there are two types of the ventilator: is non-invasive and invasive. With the invasive, sometimes with ATT, yeah, endotracheal tube, and for non-invasive with CPAP mask. Some modes of ventilation, because it's mechanical ventilation, actually there are 3 types of ventilation. one is controlled and supported, and another is combined. Control included for pressure control that is suitable for large or unstable leaks during the tube and on the respiratory piping. And the second for control is volume control, or VC. This is more stable for giving a tidal volume, the fixed tidal volume. And the second one is sported. Sported can be continuous positive airway pressure, or CPAP, which is we continue giving the pressure of the airway to the lung. And the second one is pressure support. It can be same actually by giving the pressure into the respiratory piping. And the last one is combined. It means that even it is controlled by a machine, but sometimes patient is has spontaneous respiration. So in this combined, there are two types. It's called synchronous intermittent mandatory ventilation for pressure control or volume control. These mandatory breaths are synchronized to coincide with the spontaneous respiration from the patient. Okay, we'd like to what we have done so far in the previous work to build a ventilator. In fact, in Indonesia especially, there are less or more 90% of all medical devices in Indonesia are imported products. So this is the main of our motivation why we would like to develop the medical devices, and especially in this case, ventilator. Because total market in Indonesia is very huge, is more than 3 billion USD, or in rupiah is 48 trillion rupiah in 1990. We can understand that mostly market in Indonesia for medical devices now 2 years ago is mostly from imported products, but currently is no, imported product decreasing because some regulation from Indonesian government. Especially for ventilator necessity in Indonesia, the need of ventilators for the future in Indonesia is predicted around 30,000 units in Indonesia archipelago, but surprisingly that availability in this tool in Indonesia at 2020, I got the data 2020 is about 8 to 9,000 units. So, but this is very surprisingly that the health facilities mostly in Java Island, that is most populous island, about 60%, yeah, more than 60% of population inhabited in Java Island. And the availability ventilator also, each province that we know in this figure is very rare, in the range about 20 to 30%. Hopefully, with local ventilator, we can that is our goal actually. And also we know that requirement in Indonesia now, currently Indonesian government give regulation that manufacturer needs to comply with Indonesian standard, that is local contents or local components is more than 40% to be these devices to be purchased by Indonesian government. You know that some spirit production line with the custom duty and import tax will be make a massive cost, so increasing the the imported devices. We have goal that our product, it means in this case, for example, ventilator is 3 to 4 difference with some maybe well-known products in the world. This is where we have done in the previous work that we developed for prototype. This prototype one, and then we next to improve with the prototype 2, and the last is for industrial scale-up prototype. We have already done in 2020 to 2021. And during COVID-19 program in 2020, we have delivered for our products, our developed products to all of the province in Indonesia, from Aceh province to Papua province, with about total is more or less is 300 units of the ventilator that we have already delivered to all province in more than 200 hospitals in Indonesia. We also here we have filing. Yeah, we have filed for intellectual properties and also licensing to one of the manufacturer in Indonesia. So because we need to protect our intellectual properties, because we have done this by our teams and with our work, so we need to protect our work with IP or intellectual property. In Indonesia, there are some intellectual properties that can be filed to the government, include patent and then copyright, industrial design, and also layout design of an integrated circuit. After we have filed of these intellectual properties, and then we offer to some or one of the manufacturer that interested to UI intellectual property, because I filed on behalf of the UI. Yeah, so I giving the property to UI Universitas Indonesia to file to the government. So a manufacturer and UI have signing agreement to license our patent. And then we, the manufacturer, filing for some of the administration to the government, and to have in e-catalog. It's called e-catalog. E-catalog is like e-commerce, but this e-commerce is not private e-commerce, but it is the government e-commerce. So because in medical device Indonesia, most of the purchaser is government, because most of the hospitals in Indonesia is government. That's a huge of the need of the medical devices. This is the platform of the e-commerce of government. So government, for example, Ministry of Health or even hospital can purchase of this product, just log in and click the product. So we have already filed in this e-catalog, and this appear in this catalog. And this catalog already in market since 2021. And I hope also with my, this is not a startup company, but it's just our our goal to have a COF in Indonesia to develop not only ventilator but also some others electromedical devices with the local content in Indonesia. We have a reference that our product must be cycle with improve development, improve and improve. So we take adoption of lean startup by if we know from this graph that we divide to customer problem and customer solution, and this is concrete and this is concept. So first we need to have a feedback from the market. So what's the need of the market? So we should identify the need of the market, and then we take some research, initial user requirement, etc. Understand how the clinical and user environment, how to intended use, and confirm to user priority, which is the especially for medical doctors. Yeah, in this case, we have some feedbacks, and then we start for design and prototyping. And during prototyping, maybe there are more than 1 or 2 cycles to when we had experiences 2 or 3 prototype, and then we develop for industrial market, industrial scale up, and then test in the market. If there is maybe it's not enough of the feature, so we can do again for the confirm user. So this cycle is continuously to improve our design. With this, with the previous adoption, so we need to improve our ventilator with the next goal with this version. That is because the previous version there is no like touch screen, and also some mode is restriction. So we need to improve with this mode and this user interface. So in this presentation, we would like to introduce how to improve the ventilator and how to implement it. We introduce or propose the synchronized intermittent mandatory ventilator. In this case, we because in the previous version we just only control and support it, but combine of this we don't have. So we need to have this mode in our ventilator. So actually, intermittent mandatory ventilation, we just see the pressure of the tubing. If there is a significant of the difference of pressure during tubing, so we detect it, and then we say that there is something from the patient breathing. So in this case, we control of our machine. So with the pressure or volume control. And our detected is based on the PEEP or positive and expiratory pressure that that is pressure maybe come from the patient or a human. And then we design of some PCB layout is the electronic design for our control system. There is a connection for sensor, there's a connection for control, power also, and actuator. We just filing another patent for this new version. And also in this new version, we we also propose for oxygen mixing that we can address for control the FiO2 or the oxygen concentration to be given to the give to the piping. It's called a Venturi design. And also we improve for user interface because we need to have a touch screen with the with simple user interface touch mode. And we did experiment for measurement and testing with our proposed model with it's called 650 Fluke Biomedical Gas Flow Analyzer. I think with this gas flow analyzer enough to confirm about the experiment. And this is the result we have done, and we integrated to one of package of prototyping. And this is the value of PEP reading or PEP. There is, of course, a deviation of percentage for mean and maximum. Okay, the maximum is still quite high at 18%, but the mean is about 6%. This because of the voltage noise and sensor stability that we are used, and range of the actual pressure and air generation to PEP value, we can understand that the percentage of the actual air generation is about 80%, and this we need to 90% or something like that, but because this the factor is because of the inability for computer, because we use a laptop computer to receive data. And about the accuracy of the output volume, because we set actually from 300 milliliter to 600 milliliter, and we just take few of those setting, 300 and 600 milliliters. We compare between the generated and the expected volume. So the generation and the expected volume is quite well if we look at this table that we, for example, we set volume for 300 milliliter. The average volume is 309.2 milliliter. The maximum is 325.3 milliliter. So I think the average of the deviation is quite low, less than 5%, even though there are some deviation for maximum deviation is less than 8% or say 10%. So it is adhered to the standard in Indonesia for the deviation less than sometimes 15%. And also for PIP value reading, we have actually mean is less, very less, 3%, but okay, maximum is 9%, but less than 10% because of the voltage noise and sensor as well. In this case, for PIP, as we know, if we look at the graph, that PIP is the peak of inhale pressure, and then decrease to the plateau, and then decrease to the PEP or PEP, PEP value. From current research, we can conclude some concluding remarks that to create innovation in product development, we need to have invention first. I mean, we need to have invention, and we had already tried to commercialize, and we have done this, and now it's already in the market. And also innovation, it can be realized from the general technology. I mean, this is common technology that we have already known, but in our country, maybe is quite difficult to develop our own general technology. So that's why we propose, we enter to this general technology because we realize there's matching to the market. There are a lot of market that could be satisfied for this. And of course, by adhering the standard, it means Indonesian standard that the government already given. And from the next prototype that we have already presented today, is work well actually according to the design and working principles, especially for combined mode is SIMV or synchronized intermittent mandatory ventilation, and the pressure and airflow sensor successfully and we had data in real time, and detection of the patient respiratory effort so successfully can be done, and volume of air produced in accordance with the expected value, that is we set 300 to 600 milliliter is successful. Based on this result, the full high actually, but yeah, we need to improve for this, and PIP less than 10%, and also for respiratory effort is less than 10%. So it means we have already done for this step, and we need to improve for the next level for industrial design. I mean, industrial scale up to be adopted in the manufacturer for production. And we acknowledge for some collaboration, because this research actually in the previous research especially is we did with Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Engineering, and because in UI also there is our hospital, UI hospital, Universitas Indonesia Hospital, and also another hospital in RSCM in Jakarta, and Rumah Sakit Persahabatan Hospital in Jakarta Timur. And we also has a research center for biomedical engineering in our faculty, and also we now start from 2018 actually to 2018 we had a biomedical engineering program, and I appointed as the head for this biomedical program in Universitas Indonesia, and also for Polytechnic of medical electromedic in Jakarta. We have also scale up partners, some of the manufacturer, and also for components, and also fundraising with our alumni. This is some of documentation during COVID-19 actually in CNN Indonesia, BBC, or local broadcasters, and also BNPB at that time in charge for COVID-19. Thank you very much. That's all. Okay, for develop the machine, actually, we develop first by ourselves, and then we consult with the manufacturers. Some of the manufacturers go to our lab and give the consultant. And actually, currently in our university, now is built the like STP Science Technopark. In this Science Technopark in your university will build the fabrication and design process. I mean, design facilitation and fabrication facilitation. But now is not yet. But in maybe in 1 or 2 years later, we will be have. And for the last 2 years, actually, we did with manufacturer. So manufacturer did for us for the machine. Yes. Yeah. After our develop COVID-20, there are several, actually, maybe because of the pandemic in 2020. So in some countries need ventilator, and Indonesia is banned for ventilator because some countries need a ventilator. So there is lack of the ventilator in Indonesia. So at that times, medical doctors can do nothing. So they accept our ventilator to give to the patients. And but currently, because the pandemic has gone, so they realize that in Indonesia need some local product that assist for when the resilience is weak. Yeah, when the resilience is weak. So now current medical doctor is realized about this. So acceptance of our ventilator is actually quite good, because in Faculty of Medicine Universitas Indonesia is the reference faculty of medicine in Indonesia. So they accept and also wants to collaborate again to do for some another for other medical devices in Indonesia. I hope. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How to stop the presentation?
Doctor, just click the orange at the top of the screen, the orange bar.
Could you get me to stop the presentation?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will share my screen. Is my voice clear enough? Okay. Okay, can everyone see my screen? Okay, all right. So thank you very much, and I would like to introduce myself. I'm Aini Zura Abdul Kadir. I'm currently the head of Advanced Manufacturing Research Group, and on behalf of the research group, I'm presenting this topic, so-called transcranial direct current stimulation, TDCS in short,
device for neuropsychiatric disorders treatment, and I'm going to share in the perspective of design and manufacturing. So a little bit different from the previous presenter is on the ventilator, but this one is mainly to treat the mental health patient, and we come up with this brand name called TDCS Mind. So before we go into in depth of what the device is all about, let's have a quick look on the alarming statistics of mental illness globally. If we can see that by numbers, 1 in 4 people globally is actually suffering from the mental disorder. So it is more than the statistics of cancer, diabetes, and even heart disease. And around that, teens are 50% at risk, and about 2.5 trillion number in dollar a year in cost dedicated to cater for this mental illness treatment, and also about 90 suicidal cases every hour. This is a very critical numbers that we have to pay attention to. And in terms of what we are actually trying to foresee in the future is actually a very sad to see that these devices or treatment is actually increasing by numbers. So if we can see predicted in 2023, the health and wellness market size is keep on increasing, and not to mention that even these alarming issues are also getting worse in Malaysia. Okay, so if we look at the statistic in Malaysia, so if we zoom in, actually one out of 3 Malaysians are also suffering these mental health disorders. And sad to say that after the pandemic COVID-19 strike, the numbers are actually getting more and more. And this statistics is on the 2015 recorded by the National Health Mobility Survey by the Ministry of Health. And also this prevalence is actually highest among the low-income individuals, and also between the age of 16 and 19. And in addition to that, this mental illness is also becoming the second biggest health problem after the heart disease, predicted by 2020. And there's a lot of community-based strategy being done to see how these NGOs or hospitals, governments, and certain policies are coming together to provide an awareness towards these mental health issues. And alongside, they are also trying to work with several universities locally, internationally, on how to reduce the overall total cost of drug usage, as well as devices related to mental health treatment. So based on this excerpt of newspaper cuttings, we in UTM actually being approached by several hospitals locally to participate in a project, a community-based project, to assist them with this development of a portable and affordable TDCS device. And this TDCS device is actually an alternative device to the use of drugs as medicine to neuropsychiatric disorder illness. Okay, so let's have a look how the device looks like. It looks pretty simple, but actually the development involved several circuit diagrams, circuit usage, the correct placement of electrodes, where we will place these anode and cathode electrodes on the scalp of a patient. And also when we talk about neuropsychiatric disorders, there's a lot of categories involving mental illness. Some of it as shown here in the slide, such as depression, ADHD, memory loss, anxiety, insomnia, autism, panic attacks, and some of it also related to addiction due to drug usage and so on. Some which is not here, also mentioned by the psychiatrist, bipolar disorder, okay, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and many more. Okay, so this anode and cathode of electrodes will be placed on the scalp of a human scalp, head, and the placement actually determine which particular disorder the treatment will be. So just like our drugs usage, we normally being prescribed, we use a certain number of milligrams of drugs, and then for how many volume, okay, the numbers, and then the duration within 3 times a day or 3 times a week, 1 day, how many times that we have to prescribe that drugs. Similarly, for the TDCS device, we will also put it on the scalp for a certain duration at a certain number of current flow. Okay, so normally if we go into the technical aspect, the electrical current will flow inside the human brain and stimulate the brain at a certain level of electricity through this anode and cathode flow. Okay, so this will be done by placing a certain area of the human scalp, as mentioned, to induce the neurons activity around the brain. So this wearable or the complete TDCS device basically involve some electric current, low stimulation of electric current go through in the scalp, and a fixed current normally range between 2 milliampere to 6 milliampere. And the range of milliampere also determine the type of disorder that the psychiatrists are trying to treat. So therefore, we've been approached by the psychiatrists from several hospitals, such as around JB. Some of them are actually from Kluang, Glen Eagles, Permai, Sultanah Aminah, and several others. Also approached, we also contacted one of industrial partner called Active Scientific to work with us, and we together discuss on how to make the TDCS device more affordable, portable, and providing the right treatment, especially to the local communities in Malaysia. So we did a lot of discussion, engagement with them. As you can see from the photo, we come up with a mission and objective of the project, and we also listen to what the psychiatrist aims towards this device. And of course, it can be purchased from overseas, but as mentioned, the device is quite expensive, bulky, and at the same time, is normally being used inside the lab. It's not portable enough for the patient to take home, and also can be buy easily from the shelf. So our mission is to make it more affordable, user-friendly, and also cost portable, easy to move around. Okay, so that's the thing. So we come up with our mission. We want to transform from lab-based treatment to a home-based treatment, where the patient can bring the product home and relax at home while utilize this TDCS device. And also we want to promote a made in Malaysia product. As you can see, in Malaysia currently, the made in Malaysia product is not quite extensive, especially when it involves medical device. So we're trying to be one of the pioneer in this. And also in the perspective of design and manufacturing, we want to bring this idea into production and finally to market and commercialize it. So these are all the partners involved just now. CRC, Clinical Research Center, in HSA, Sultan Hospital Sultanah Aminah JB, Johor Bahru. We also collaborate with Monash University. They also involve some research related to addiction. And Hospital Kluang, they involve in OCD if I'm not mistaken, OCD and bipolar. In Permai, they have depression, major depression disorder, and Glen Eagles also leading a lot of most of the mental illness disorder, and as I mentioned, Active Scientific as the medical distributor. So with that, in this presentation, I would like to just share some of the activities that being done to develop this portable and affordable medical device, but focusing on the enclosure. We are not going to explain everything related to the electrode circuit and so on, but we are just focusing on the enclosure itself, because we believe that once we take the project, we want to come up with the close to 100% of Malaysian-made products. Well, we try to minimize to outsource all of the components. So mostly are coming from local suppliers and being made locally, either in the lab or we outsource from the local supplier. So of course, it must comply with certain standard and regulations. So in Malaysia, we are bounded by CRIM and also the Medical Device Act. So our first objective is to make sure that the whole package of the TDCS device that we want to develop must comply with the IEC 60601-1 standard. So this is a standard by CRIM, and we've actually submitted our first prototype and also already given a feedback by CRIM for improvement. So secondly, of course, we want to evaluate the functionality and manufacturability, and also it must meet a certain criteria that is being itemized under this IEC 60601 standard. Okay, so in terms of design consideration, but of course, when we say medical device, we can't run away with designing and developing the product in close relation with the expert who gonna do the clinical trials. In our case, the psychiatrists. So they know exactly what's the effect of an irregular circuit, what's the effect of using the product if it is not user friendly, what is the impact of the product if people keep on dropping and so on. So those are the things that we continuously engage with the medical partners in order to determine the requirement of function-wise safety standards, even the manufacturing specification, and finally the overall cost. So in close discussion and relationship with the medical partners, we decide on this particular design consideration that we have to comply apart from the IEC 60601 standard requirement. So another thing is on the material. Of course, if we are talking about the fabrication perspective, manufacturing perspective, we want to somehow test and make intelligent choice which material will be the best for most of the component. In this case, I'm just going to share about the enclosure. And apart from that, on the manufacturing process, there are various ways of how the product can be fabricated. And nowadays, we have a technology called 3D printing. And of course, some technology is quite comprehensive enough to direct fabricate the product. And we've also tried vacuum casting and even going towards injection molding. So depending on the capability and capacity that we have within the lab environment in the UTM, so we've provided some scope to our design consideration. So these are the things that we've considered so far. And in terms of testing, the standard, the IEC standard basically define the in terms of the mechanical strength that we need to comply based on the drop test performance, push test performance, and mold stress relief test performance. So this needs to be documented well, and it must be shown in the risk management analysis file for complying with the safety feature of the standard. And finally, of course, we need a searing approval, in which we've already still pending at the moment, and also finally leads to the application of MDA 2012. Okay, so as mentioned also, I think the previous presenter already described in general of the design process. So I'm going to go quite quick in terms of doing the design process. Of course, once we get the idea, we have to quickly define what's the specification. We do a lot of design activities in the lab and test it. Finally, we come out with our brand, and along the way, we have to review all aspects in close relation with the psychiatrist. We did several design iterations to make improvement. And after certain testing outcomes, if things go smooth, we proceed with the specification. If not, we come up with some alternative for improvement. Finally, we refine the specification and we verify all the testing and requirements by means of lab scale testing. And finally, we validate by using a volunteer clinical trial test. So for your information, the device are currently at the prototype 3 design iteration. The first prototype actually being used for clinical trial on volunteers by hospitals Anak Aminah. They conducted the first trial on the clinical testing on human being, volunteers by real patient. So I'm sharing some of the design activities. Of course, it is some of it quite confidential. So I've actually enclosed some of our earlier effort on how to come up with design of the enclosure. So of course, it must have a mounting to put all the electrical circuit. Sorry, can I continue? Okay. Yeah. So some of the things that we need in the perspective of design is basically the display mounting unit, PCB mounting unit, the display, the screw. Okay. Of course, we apply some of our knowledge on design for manufacturing assembly, some of the design guidelines, design principles, and design rules in producing this type of enclosure. And it encompasses of 3 components: the top casing, bottom casing, and the battery cover. And this first prototype actually utilizing a 9-volt battery. And we have some points for LED and also on-off switch. Okay, then we go deeper in terms of design. Sometimes it depending on the fabrication technique as well. And if we look into the 3D printing, we are actually giving a huge advantage in terms of design freedom. We can design complex components, complex shapes, complex features without difficulty. However, during our design activities, we encounter several issues and we documented those issues. We make troubleshooting, we countermeasure and come up with a proposed design to make sure that all elements and components that are fitting meet and fit together are within the right tolerances, the right dimension, and also functional well in terms of its mechanical testing properties. So these are some of the design refinement. For example, we come up with this snap fit mechanism. Of course, the snap fit mechanism in terms of design, it might work perfectly, but once we do some fabrication, there'll be some issues related to the refinement, the fine gap between the top and bottom casing must be really carefully being taken into consideration, and some of the tolerances and allowances must be considered for that. So however, certain design due to the snap fit, and we are utilizing only 1 screw to minimize the number of screws, but unfortunately during the drop test it didn't comply with the requirement. So if some basically the the device fail, the drop test collapse, and the circuit actually going here and there. So we come up with a new design iteration. We also at the same time improve the overall circuit design to make sure that the performance of the current flow is balanced and well fed through the scalp. Okay, we also did some analysis and also studies towards machining enclosure, but this didn't go through quite well, since at the end we decided not to use that particular material such as aluminium. It is quite heavy and bulky. It is quite compact, but in terms of weight, it is quite heavy to be carried around. So we didn't proceed with machining. And in terms of, I mentioned just now, this is the fabrication and testing that we do compression test, drop test, and mold stress relief test. And this is some of the fabrication and testing that we've done on the first prototype. And it shows that some of the troubleshooting on the fitting of certain components inside this particular casing, some work really well, but unfortunately some didn't. In this case, testing during the drop test did not comply, like mentioned. Okay, so we also did some changing to the setting of during the fabrication technique. We changed some of the material, we changed the types of material, and we changed some of the design concept. Instead of snap fitting, we changed it into sliding type. We changed the number of infill setting in the 3D printing process. However, as you can see, the outcome didn't show quite impressive. This is how we basically documented all of the defects, and we bring this information to the psychiatrists and our other design teams to take note of what are the issues or defects that we encounter during this fabrication process, and we also suggest some of the recommendation for an improvement. And these are also some of the results related to the vacuum casting fabrication technique, where we explore other types of techniques, but of course it also leads to several fabrication or manufacturing defects, such as the surface are not even, some bubbles, and also some brittleness at a certain crucial dimension of the enclosure. And also we suggested several options on how to improve the situation. And during the push test also, we can see some graphs, load versus displacement values over there, and it shows that yes, it comply. We compare between several manufacturing techniques, such as the VC vacuum casting technique, with a different height percentage of the parting line between the top casing and bottom casing, with the additive manufacturing specimen, and it shows some of the defects after a certain loading. But in general, this push test or compression test comply with the requirements set by the IEC 60601 standard. And with that, I think I would like to conclude the presentation. Where are we right now? We are actually still in the middle of design and production stage. There are a lot of work that still needs to be done. We haven't going through the commercialization, but we successfully hand over the first prototype to the several hospitals. We actually asked them to give a review feedbacks, and based on their feedbacks, we are currently at stage 3. We've done the lab scale testing during the pandemic, but we did not manage to hand over the second version of the prototype. We actually just sharing with them all the lab testing and updates through online. But now we are in the third prototype stage, and hopefully in the nearest future we are going to conduct a handover ceremony for the third prototype, and at the same time we want to submit this final prototype to CRIM after receive the first prototype feedbacks, in which we have improved actually some of the design requirement and manufacturing procedure, so that it is actually compliant with the CRIM in terms of the three testing that we mentioned: the more stress relief, the drop test, and the push test. And finally, what we want to do is preparing the risk assessment file, in which this is also a requirement by CRIM, to have the risk assessment being assessed by all parties involved in development of the device. And finally, it is our future direction to get the Medical Device Act application ready, and we have Active Scientific to work with us to assist with the paperwork on this task. So hopefully all this effort one day will become truer, will become a reality to see the prototype of TDCS in the market of Malaysia. So I think with that, I would like to end the presentation. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so actually, if we talk about accuracy, there are several ways of how the accuracy can be analyzed. In the normal defects that we do, the first step is by just visual inspection. Okay, it is quite obvious. Some of the defects are quite obvious. We just visual inspect. Some of it is through CMM. Last time we did use CMM for the vacuum casting products, but for the 3D printing product, we basically just measure. If we are talking about dimensional accuracy, we simply just measure using a normal vernier caliper. So, but of course, there's various ways how, because we are not going too in-depth in terms of characterization of the material. No, we just look into the dimensional accuracy and also visual inspection in terms of defects. Sure. Yeah. You mean eczema? Okay. Okay. So yes, the answer is yes. If you talk about neuropsychiatric, it is a quite a big term. There are many studies involving TDCS to actually as an alternative treatment. But again, a lot of them are still under R&D and also clinical trials. Not all are being well published in the literature. And in terms of age group, different family background, existing disease, and everything, there are a lot of factors in the perspective of a medical term. There is a lot of perspective that is still and factors that still needs to be taken into consideration. But in general, if you read through the literature, TDCS treatment as an alternative to drug usage is expanding. And even in Malaysia, they have a special dedicated group at the current moment to look into this usage of TDCS device for various kind of mental illness treatments at various kind of age group, ethnicity, and family background. So that clinical trials beyond our scope. in UTM, we assist them in hearing what they want, but of course they are the expert and they have the right license and education background and degree to perform the clinical trials to real patients. So the data, yes, out there in many journals, medicine journals. If you're interested, there are a lot in literature in specific of various kind of neuropsychiatric treatments utilizing TDCS. Okay, most welcome.
Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity, and thank you for the committee for allowing me to participate in this International Symposium. All right. Yes. So the research that I'd like to share this afternoon is on the finite element analysis on mechanical performance of dental fillings, which consists of amalgam, gold, and bioglass when it is applied onto a molar tooth. This is a collaborative work done with collaborators from Ketin, Malaysia, and also us here in University Technology Brunei. All right, so yeah, there can be some problems, issues that cause the missing structure on the tooth crown, and basically we can categorize them into two. Number one is due to trauma, and another one is due to dental caries. Due to trauma, it can happen because of the biting, or from the masticatory load, which is too hard, or from bruxism, which sometimes happen in children or in adults. And the majority of issues come from dental caries, in which this WHO reported that this affects about half of the population. So this is significant. And the thing about having this missing structure of tooth crown is that it can go deeper and deeper if it is left as it is. So intervention must be done, and the way to do intervention is by doing a restoration, so-called, in order to avoid the growth of this missing structure due to the dental caries or due to the trauma. And the restoration technique available worldwide is called dental filling, in which we place substitute material onto the part of missing tooth, especially on tooth crown, and then have a look at and getting the results so that the layer of the missing tooth is covered. So yeah, these are some of the examples of dental filling materials. To select these materials, basically there are some requirements, of course. Ideally, it should have the strength, it should have the adherence, and it should have the appearance similar to natural tooth. That's the ideal situation. However, so far, we can only get into the less ideal solution and pick the best out of them. So one of the earliest dental filling materials available, the amalgam. The amalgam is on the bottom left corner, in which basically it consists of an alloy, mercury, with some powders of silver and then tin and copper mixed into the mixture. And the good thing about this amalgam is that it is very malleable at room temperature. So the dentist can simply create a location on the tooth and then place the amalgam and then dry it, and then that's it. Wait until it dries a little bit, and once it is cured, then it can function nicely. Yeah, so that's how it looks. The other type of dental filling materials is gold. This has been used for quite some time as well, and not just for dental filling, but in some application it was used for tooth replacement, and this is happening even until today. So those two, amalgam and gold, are considered as metallic dental filling materials. While there is another version of dental filling material which is called non-metallic one, and basically this is a ceramic type. It's a composite with ceramics as the filling materials. So one of them is called glass ionomer cement. So yeah, all these metallic and non-metallic dental filling materials are available to be used commercially, and they are there for dentists to select from to suit whatever best on his or her judgment to the patient. So for the introduction about the bioglass, so basically this comes as an alternative. If you can observe the bottom right corner, that is how the glass ionomer cement looks, the bioglass dental filling looks, compared to the amalgam on the tooth next to it. Yeah, so the appearance is kind of better because it is more similar to the natural tooth compared to the amalgam dental filling material. So yeah, basically that is how this bioglass is introduced because of its more similarities in terms of appearance. And additional driving force is that the most common dental filling material, which is amalgam for the time being, it contains mercury. So in addition to the appearance, some countries also put restriction on its use because of the mercury content. However, for everyone information, there have been studies that basically shows that although there are mercury contents in the amalgams, the level in the observed studies do not go beyond the threshold, maximum threshold level for safe use. So in the bloodstream. So basically, it is still considered as safe. Regardless, there is another issue. If restriction from a country is not an issue, another issue more is on the appearance. But one more benefit, the advantage that amalgam has is that it is kind of cheap. Most likely, this is because of the economies of scale. Plenty of people are using it, so it is considered cheap dental filling material. So bioglass came into the scene and it is basically a eutectic composition of silicon oxide and sodium oxide and other types of oxide which contains potassium and phosphor. And basically it has a good adherence to the tooth surface. And this is very good because it was also found that to have a good adherence with the other types of bony structure in our body as well. So for tooth, that is ideal because it sticks well. And it has been used for other applications before, and some of people found that, wow, it looks whitish, so it looks like tooth, a human tooth. So why not we try this for a dental filling material? And there it goes. It is being introduced, and if you go to the dentist right now, this is one of the options that the dentist has to offer to the patient. All right. So the concern on this is about the long-term performance and the potential longevity of this dental filling material. So how to do that? It's basically we can perform biomechanics analysis, in which we try to predict the performance by how the stress and strain it induces when the dental filling is loaded during the normal mastication. So what we can do here is basically to do a comparison on the stress between the restored tooth with dental filling and the sound tooth, the original one. And basically this is where finite element analysis comes into the space because of the non-practicality. If we were to conduct the stress analysis directly onto the tooth and also the dental filling materials. So because of that limitation, the way we do biomechanics analysis is on the finite element analysis, and this is what this study is about. And since the dental filling materials only that number, so the types are not so that many throughout the years. Basically, there have been studies related to this performance, especially on the biomechanics analysis of dental filling materials. However, what people have found is that there is basically no straightforward relation between mechanical properties and the biomechanics of the dental filling materials when it is used. For example, there is no trend on the elastic modulus to the stress magnitude and stress distribution on the tooth when it is loaded, according to the previous studies. So basically more studies are needed for having more insight on basically what might happen when dental filling material is implanted onto the tooth tissues. Right. So basically, this study that I'm sharing this afternoon is contributing towards that, in which we try to work on three types of dental filling materials. The first one is amalgam, second one is gold, and the third one is on the bioglass, the glass ionomer cement, like I mentioned before. And where to place the dental filling material. So we create a model, an element model, in which we draw a third molar tooth as a model. We used this model before and in previous publication. So we try to use the same model now to represent the third molar tooth. So this is how the boundary condition was made. So basically, it is fixed in all axis on the root of the tooth, and then the dental and the tooth itself contains two layers. The green outer layer is basically the enamel, and the purple inner layer is the dentin. For simplicity, we did not draw the inner part, the tooth. So we just leave the dentin as it is, as a solid one without any tubes inside, which basically contains the nerves. So we exclude that. As for the loading, basically we try 100 megapascal pressure on the dental filling. The dental filling is the yellowish structure over there, to be inserted into the tooth layer, and afterwards the contact is considered as full perfect bonded, and the loading is applied as pressure on top of the surface of this dental filling material, and it is at 100 megapascal. For everyone's information, basically this 100 megapascal pressure is equivalent to 38 kilogram of loading. 38 kilogram of loading, which is considered as very high, extremely high. It is unlikely to happen on it might happen on healthy adult with strong jaw bones, but it is unlikely to happen on the elderly or children. So the loading that we applied here is basically on the extreme part of it. Right. So for the mechanical properties, yeah, considering the type of the material, number one is the metals, amalgams, and gold. There can be considered as isotropic material. This also applied to the tooth tissues, which are the enamels and the dentin, as well as the other dental filling material, which is the bioglass. They are considered as isotropic because, yeah, that's the best one. Even for the bioglass itself, although that is actually a composite, but the filler, the active bioglass, are basically in the form of particulates, which means they are round in their shape. So we can consider that they are evenly distributed throughout the composite itself. So again, it's approachable by having isotropic properties. Right. So we only have one value for the Young's modulus and also Poisson ratio because of the isotropic properties of those materials. And to vary the analysis, we try to put the dental filling either enamel dip or dentin dip. So for enamel dip, basically the dental filling only touches the enamel tissue of the tooth, while for dental filling, the dental filler, the dental filling material is touching the enamel as well as the dentin, the tooth tissues. All right, so this is what we got as the results from the fundamental analysis. The way we do verification because of the non-existence of experimental data on this is through convergence analysis. That's the way we do it by changing the mesh shape, so that at certain value of mesh size, the value will no longer change significantly. That's what we did for the verification, and the results are like the following. Basically, when the dental filling is enamel deep, the maximum stress for amalgam is at 172 megapascal, while for bioglass it's almost 200 megapascal, and for gold it is slightly above 200 megapascal. Okay, so basically from here we are adding the confusion to like what I informed before, in which basically there is no direct relation between the stress on the dental filling material with its Young's modulus. So there is no relation. We also found the same. Well, yeah, so that's what we found. That's the result. And basically, another analysis that we extracted from the model is what is the stress that happens on the tooth tissues themselves. And at the enamel, the stresses that happen is around 170 to almost 180 megapascal. While at the dentin, it's about 80 megapascal. So the stress is higher at the enamel. This is considering that the dental filling is only applied on the enamel. Right. So this is usual. So the double the stress at enamel compared to dentin is because of that, because of the dental filling is basically only applied to the enamel. Now, what happens if the filler material is bigger, more volume, in which it goes to the dentin? So when the dental filling is dentin deep, the maximum stress for amalgam is at about 80 megapascal. For bioglass, it's about 100 megapascal, while for gold, it is 90 megapascal. So again, we do not find the trend on how the stress that is induced on the dental filling to have a relation with the materials elastic modulus. What we observe from the stress is that the maximum stress that happens on the dental filling is basically lower when the filling material is bigger, in which it has more volume and it goes across the enamel and the dentin. This is compared to when the dental filling material is only enamel deep, like I informed before. So the maximum stress is lower for this case. So the reason for that is, because of the bigger volume. So basically the stress is distributed towards more surface area. Now, what happened to the stress on the tooth? This is slightly different, in which at the enamel, the maximum stress induced is at around 155 also megapascal, while at dentin it is at around 80 megapascal. Within those range. For on the enamel, it is twice again, but similar compared to the one before, basically the maximum stress induced at the tooth tissues are lower compared to when the dental filling is on the enamel tab. Again, the possible reason, possible explanation for this one is because of the more surface area that the load can be dissipated into. Okay. So to analyze further, so we do some analysis on the stress magnitude in the mesial distal lines and also the buccal-lingual line. And this is what we found is that just cut short this time. Okay, so basically what we found is that the highest stress induced is at the tooth filling interface both situation. So the peaks that we see on these two graphs are basically the graph of the on the interface between the tooth and the dental filling materials. Similar both on mesial distal and buccal-lingual. And this is where we found a pattern, finally, in which that when the dental filling material is at dentin tip, what we notice at the middle region, the middle region is the region in fully in the middle of this dental filling. So it's purely dental filling, and this part from the mesial distal is also this part. So we finally found a trend that the stress for bioglass is higher than the stress on the enamel, and it is higher than the stress in the gold, which means there is this wait, I think I put it wrong. Sorry, it's bioglass and then amalgam and then gold. So sorry, yeah, for the typo. Basically, what we found is basically the stress is inversely proportional to the materials, the dental filling materials, elastic modulus. Finally, a pattern. All right. So to conclude, to what we found is that when we perform this restoration dental filling, this is considered as a minor one. So this is categorized as class 1 restoration on the molar tooth with the pressure applied. The bioglass has the lowest elastic modulus compared to the rest of the dental filling materials, and the stress that is induced at the tooth is similar regardless of the type of dental filling. So this is basically means that all the pressure, the loading that we apply on top of the dental filling is basically absorbed nicely by the dental filling materials themselves, and only the residual dissipated to the healthy tooth tissues, and those the stresses that were dissipated basically the same. Right? And then the tooth filling interface is the area of the highest stresses, and because of that, this is where the failure most likely to happen from a biomechanics point of view. Well, and the last conclusion that we had over here is that although we apply 38 kilogram of biting force on the dental filling materials, none of the material will fail due to that one. So the good thing that we can report here is basically there is the dental filling material is safe, the tooth materials are safe, although the load that we applied basically beyond safe. So yeah, so that's the results. And I'd like to thank operators from UTP and also Ketin University Malaysia, and also thanks to the committee and attendance. Thank you very much. Sure. All right. Okay. Yeah. Nice question, Dr. Aslo. So the first one, for how to do the addition testing, similar to other types of material. So we can do shared testing. So what we, but this is not direct. So this is a destructive testing, not non-destructive one. So what we can have is a tooth extraction, a tooth, and then a dental filling. Apply dental filling onto it, and then once it is cured, conduct a shear testing. That's one way to get the idea. And the second one, this is considered as non-destructive, but it is very, very inconvenient. And I haven't seen a report on this one. So basically, place the strain gauge onto the surface between the tooth and the dental filling material directly, and then wait for a while, and then the extraction. That is inconvenient, but that's the non-destructive wait. Is that destructive or non-destructive? That's, yeah, it's very, very inconvenient to the patient. So which why that is not considered as practical. So the practical one is this one that I before is by shear testing of the material. So we have the dental material in one side and the tooth on the other side, and we do like this shear testing. And second one on the bacterial resistance of the tooth. Well, basically there have been studies on this, and they found that the for all materials, there are only minor occurrence where bacterial infection is causing the failure of the dental filling. Yeah. So yeah. So which basically says the dental filling materials are quite bacteria proof, but I don't know what to call it. So so they are safe from the bacteria itself. Even the possible cause of failure due to bacteria is that when there was not a proper preparation of the tooth. So, for example, like this one, when the dentist is preparing the tooth, for example, it gets gone deep like this one. So the preparation is not thorough, so that there is this left overhang. So it is not clear. It's not clear. The area is not clear, and then dental filling is applied onto it. So this is where the bacteria can still grow. It can still grow, and because of that, the growth is going bigger and bigger, and eventually the dental filling material collapse. So that's a possible cause of the failure due to bacteria. So not because of the bacterial infection caused by the material itself, or external infection coming through the dental filling materials, right? So in short, bacterial infection, bacterial resistance is high for all these dental filling materials. You're welcome.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon in Malaysia and good morning in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Okay, and today we will have this my presentation. Let me share first. Okay. Can you see it? Okay, my presentation is about nanocellulose, a versatile green material. Okay, my background is in material science and composite material. I'm trying to fit this presentation with this symposium. Okay, and here we go. Okay, for the introductions. What is meant by nanocellulose is a combination with nano and cellulose. Nano is a size dimensions within the 1 to 100 nanometers, either length or width for either for one of these dimensions. And nanocellulose can be referred as a CNC, crystalline nanocellulose, or NCC, nanocrystalline cellulose, or CNF, cellulose nanofibril, or BNC, or bacterial nanocellulose, it depending on the extraction methods and sources. Okay. What is cellulose? Okay, and cellulose is a type of carbohydrate that can be found mainly in plant. It consisting diglucopyranose that has been linked together by 1,4 beta glycosidic linkage. And it can be found 90% such of plant cotton, wood, and hemp, and some certain of their bacteria. Okay, and why we need to choose this cellulose? Okay, it has a high strength, more than 500 megapascal, and high stiffness, around 140 to 220 gigapascal. And it can be abundantly available and considered as environmental friendly and sustainable material. It has a range of hydroxyl groups that can be further modified to for the internet applications. The cellulose contain 4 types of polymorphs or structure. It can be cellulose type 1, is one of the native cellulose can be found in a plant and a bacterial cellulose. It can be cellulose type 2, regenerated or mercerization cellulose from cellulose type 1. And it can be cellulose type 3 that treated with ammonia. Okay, and it can be cellulose type 4 that treated with glycol or glycerol. Okay, this is how the nanocellulose extraction method has been done. Okay, it has 3, we can consider 4 types of different methods. Okay, the first one we call as a mechanical process. Okay, using the ultrasonicator or defibrillated of cellulose, nanocellulose. Okay, and then second one is called as acid hydrolysis. Okay, this most common one and has been used in industry, commercialized to produce the nanocrystalline cellulose using the mineral acid such as sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid. And also we can use chemical treatments Okay, chemical treatments, we can use another chemical like eutectic solvents, deep solvents, and then we can use the ionic liquids. Okay, and the fourth one is through the fermentation of the or culture of the bacteria. Okay, certain bacteria such as Azotobacter species can produce this type of nanocellulose. Okay. Okay, this is how it looks for this nanocellulose. Okay, we can see that from these figures. Okay, bacterial nanocellulose produced by Acetobacter strain in form of we can see as a gel. Okay, and then CNF. Okay, also in the form of gel that produced from the softwood. And the last one is CNC. Okay, crystalline nanocellulose that produced from softwood in the form of the suspension. You can see the separated between the suspension here and this nanocellulose. Okay, this nanocellulose can be further modified, okay, or surface functionalization with different approaches, such as using the chemical approaches. This is the one of the common method to modify the surface of the nanocellulose. And we can use in the chemical approaches using the esterification, esterification, grafting, oxidation, sulfonation, silation, and many more. And then physical approach, okay, using the flame treatment, plasma treatment, corona treatment, laser treatment, and so on. And also the last one using S-MEDiTEC approach, this is a combination between the chemicals and biological treatment, okay. Direct functionalization or indirect enzyme-mediated functionalization, okay. Okay, for this application of nanocellulose, we can see that a lot of application can be utilized for the intended applications, such as for the wastewater treatment, packaging, foodstuff, wood adhesive, cosmetic, electrical, textile, and CO2 capture. And the best thing is nanocellulose can also be applied, okay, in the biomedicine applications, such as in tissue engineering, wound healings, and drug carrier as a drug carrier. Okay, for the tissue engineering, okay, nanocellulose can be applied in cartilage regenerations, in bone regenerations, cardiovascular system, a dental implant, artificial skin, and many more. Okay. As for the wound healing, it can be used, okay, for the application also of wound healings, okay. It also can be used as scaffold, okay, 3D printed nanocellulose materials. Okay, and as a drug carrier, okay, nanocellulose also can be used for this drug carrier, which can combine with the antimicrobial molecules, okay. And this, as a drug carrier, nanocellulose can control and sustain the release of the drugs, and also act as antimicrobial agents, okay. And the previous work that I'm recently done, okay, in characterization of this nanocellulose that extracted from kenaf, one of the crop, okay, and crop in commodity crop in Malaysia, okay, and I'm treated and surface functionalization with a 3-aminopropyl 3-ethoxysilane to improve the thermal stability in polyvinyl alcohol thin film composite. Okay, and then for this study, this is the flow chart, the extraction and PBA casting or polyvinyl casting, alcohol casting. Started with the waxing process where the raw kenaf fiber will remove the extractive using the salt-slate extraction method by toluene and ethanol with a ratio 2:1 for 5 hours. Then bleaching process using the sodium chloride, okay, under acidic conditions at pH 4 and temperature 70 degrees Celsius and for 2 hours. And then went to this alkali treatments process using sodium hydroxide, okay, and then acid hydrolysis to produce the nanocellulose, okay, using the sulfuric acid, okay, at room temperature for 30 minutes. And then further functionalized with a salinization treatments. Okay, I'm using aptest, okay, and then film casting. This to produce manufacture this biocomposite or composite. Okay, these are some of the results that I obtained for this study. Okay, the FTS spectra, we can see that the difference between the KNAF extractive free, KNC or KNAF nanocellulose, and also silylated KNAF nanocellulose. Okay, and the silylated KNAF nanocellulose, we can see the difference. They have primary amine group here, 1571 peaks. Okay, compared with the rest, KNC and KEF, means that this successfully silane has successfully attached onto the structure of the nanocellulose. Okay, and then goes for this SRD result. Okay, we can see that based on this SRD, I'm calculated for this crystallinity index using the Segel equation methods, and obtain that high crystallinity was obtained for the SKNC or selected KNAF nanocellulose. Okay, compared with the rest. Okay. Okay, and then this for the TM, okay, transmission electron microscopy. Okay, you can see that the KNAF nanocellulose and selected KNAF nanocellulose. For KNAF nanocellulose, due to the abundantly available OH group on the structure, it can be resulted in the agglomerated and flocculation of this material. And compare with this selected KNAF nanocellulose, we can see that much more better in terms of the distributions. And the size dimensions, the length, width, and aspect ratio, it can say that no significant changes after the treatments. Okay. And for the TGA and DTG, means that thermal gravimetric analysis. Okay, I'm used to investigate the thermal stability of this material, the composite. Okay, and then for this, after addition of this selected KNAF nanocellulose with different level of loadings, okay, fillers, and we can see that, okay, for this onset degradation, okay, around here, starting from here, here is due to this absorbed water or moisture contents. Okay, we can see reduction in the first peak, and then here started for the onset degradations. Okay, we can see that after addition of 1.5 to 2.0% of this SKNC into this PBA, the slight increment in this thermal degradations. Okay, and then also we can see that the last the last part, okay, 100 is around 700 degrees Celsius. The less char residue was obtained. Okay, this may be due to this the available surface area that been heated during this test, and also due to the uniform distribution of this material into this PBA. Okay, and then we can look on this DTG. Okay, same. We can conclude that in the first peak around here, okay, is due to the water absorptions, and around here is due to the onset irrigation. Okay, and the highest peak at double peak here, we can conclude that the first degradation from the PBA, and the second one from the selected KNAF nanocellulose. Okay. Okay, this conclusion. Okay. Nanocellulose has a wide potential to be used in different applications, especially as a biomaterial in biomedicine. Need to explore more. Okay, and this utilization of nanocellulose is considered as a green and sustainable material compared to the others synthetic material. And the great properties exhibited by this material, such as in mechanical, physical, thermal, etc., is comparable and even more than the synthetic one. Okay, due to its nanosize, it can be used in a small amount, okay, only, and the high aspect ratio and more available active surface can be further functionalized. It is easy to functionalize with the different treatments, Okay, and this for the last result that I showed to you, the addition of only 2% of selected phenol cellulose in this PVA composite could improve, okay, the thermal stabilities as in the GA result. Thank you, that's all. Okay. Yes. Yes. Mhm. Okay, nanocellulose, the temperature for nanocellulose is between 100 around 230 to 250 degrees Celsius. Means that with further functionalization of this material using the maybe acetylations, okay, or maybe using this surface salinizations, we can further improve the thermal stability of this material into the higher one. Let's say maybe to the 280 degrees Celsius based on my previous works. Okay, we can get this kind of temperature for this nanocellulose by surface functionalization. That's it, I think. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, thank you everyone for today. Have a nice day. Okay.